I'd like to call to order our regular city council meeting. The date is October 2nd and the time is 6:10 p.m. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mayor Ronnie Felder,
Here.
Chairperson Douglas Lawson,
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Chadrick McCoy,
Here.
Councilperson Kashaba Miller Anderson,
Present.
Councilperson Shirley Lanier,
Here.
Councilperson Glenn Spiritus,
Here.
Assistant City Manager Deirdre Jacobs,
Here.
Acting City Clerk Deborah Hall McCullen is present, City Attorney Don Nguyen. Mr. Chair, you have a quorum, you may proceed.
Thank you. If we can have a moment of silence followed by a pledge of allegiance. If we can have Mr. Ja'Cory DeMercer join us at the front. Ja'Cory is a proud sophomore at Palm Beach Lakes High School. He's a member of Sigma Beta, which is a youth auxiliary group here in the community. And when I asked Ja'Cory where he's from, he said Riviera Beach, Monroe Heights with pride. And it was just proud to see that honor in that young man. So everybody, if they can give a round of applause to Mr. Ja'Cory. And if we could all stand, and he's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance of the United States of America and to the republic for which we stand, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
You guys give it up one more time for this young man, please. Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions to the agenda? Disclosure by the board. Motion to adopt.
So move. Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Lawson,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Thank you. No items on consent. Go right into our regular agenda. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair, we are on item 12A, discussion of Mayor Ronnie Felder's suspension of City Manager Jonathan Evans. Mr. Chair, we do have public comment cards for this item. Andrea,
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
you're welcome.
Chair,
Councilwoman, go ahead.
I just want to state for the record that the backup that was supposed to be included in this item, we just received it about 4:30 today, which gave us no time really to look at it and to make informed comments.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chair,
You're recognized.
um, I had been asking for this from the mayor since last week, Thursday. On yesterday, I believe it was yesterday, Ms. Nguyen quoted something that stated that he did not have to provide the backup to us. So we just got it at 4:30 this afternoon. Matter of fact, I haven't even seen it, so thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments? Mayor Felder?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I get started, my presentation, I'd like to take a moment to speak to city staff, residents, before I address my colleagues. First, I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to the brave city employees who spoke out despite feeling scared about job security and hurt by the actions or inaction of management team and the body that they felt would operate in their best interest at the forefront. Your courage in the face of fear was not unnoticed, and your voices that have prompted the necessary changes. I want to also thank our residents, stakeholders, and general public for your patience. I've always been slow to speak, ensuring that when I do, my words will carry meaning. It has been my mission to stay in my lane and treat everyone with respect, Sometimes my role as mayor calls for me to step up as a leader and make hard decisions that many would not agree with. This situation has no exception. It is with deep disappointment that I sit here today as some of my colleagues have chosen to prioritize the well-being of one individual over the 600 plus employees and 37,000 residents. I am not here, I repeat, I am not here to win a popularity contest or an election, but to earn and maintain the public's trust. It is my responsibility to uphold the oath I gave when I was sworn in 5.5 years ago of transparency, accountability, and fiscal integrity that our residents and employees expects and deserves. Yet, despite the frequent use of the terms like transparency, accountability, I have seen little or either from some of those entrusted with the well-being of our city and resources. We must do better, not just for one, but for all. Because as elected officials, it is our duty to protect our residents, staff, city assets from all harm, including potential legal liabilities. Failing to do so could have serious consequences for the city. As a mayor, I continue to pursue what's right for those who have been wronged and fight for what is right, even when it is not easy or a popular path. I stand firm in my commitment to you, the employees, and the residents of Riviera Beach. Thank you. At this time, I will go into the presentation. The mayor's calls for suspension of city manager on September 17th, 2024, cited as neglect of duties. Next slide, please. As you see, I'm going to put up a timeline of events that took place that led up to the suspension. February 16th was my first meeting, February 16th, 2023. My first meeting with City Manager Evans, Attorney Nguyen, Assistant City Manager Jacobs. I informed the city manager, I took him out to lunch at Sailfish Marina. And I informed the city manager Evans that I was receiving complaints from city staff about work conditions within the city. December 21st, 2023, meeting with city manager and all staff, department heads. That meeting I called was supposed to be for just the managers, city manager, deputy manager, assistant manager. When I walked into the room, they had all of department heads. I asked a question, is it all right that I speak in front of them? And I was told yes. I resumed to talk about the information I was receiving from employees, to the managers, to the department heads, that I was concerned about some of the things that they were saying. The reason this timeline is important, because it goes with the charter. I informed the manager twice, 2023, about those issues. December 29th, 2023, I sent a memo from my office to the council, to the city manager, informing them of formal inquiry. Could you go to the next slide, please? This was actually a memo stating that I was going to pursue an investigation. So actually, this was the fourth time that I went to the manager. Next slide, please. Continue with the timeline, January 17, 2024, city council meeting. I publicly announced the formal inquiry and requested compensation for the outside attorney, and it was approved through consensus, which is very important also because my job description or duties have been questioned by many. As you see this timeline from a consensus, then from a vote from the board, if I was not able to do what I was able to do, why did they give me the money to do it? February 2024, another memo to the city manager, to all departments he is informing them of the inquiry called by me. Sorry, you can't see that memo, but what it says is, go to the next slide, Walt. I stated the city has hired an internal investigator to work with the mayor to conduct an investigation into the matters. This went out on February 2nd, 2024. Next slide. Back to the timeline. April 3rd, 2024. At the city council meeting, I requested an additional $25,000 from the council to continue the inquiry due to the increased number of participants. So from the first time, getting to 25, more employees kept coming. Once they knew that we were opening up to anybody that wanted to come. And hear me out. This investigation, I went to no one. I went to no employee asking them to come sit down with me. These employees was told, if you wanted to meet with the mayor, send them an email and we would set it up with the outside labor attorney. That's what happened. I want to assure you guys, as I stated in my opening, those 32 employees had guts. They knew they were putting their jobs on the line. They knew they were putting being mistreated on the line. And I commend them because, you know, I stated before, I stayed in my lane, meaning I didn't interfere with any department head. I let them do their work. But you'll see how I was forced because employees kept coming to me. After telling their boss what was going on, he had taken no action. You heard from 32, but trust me, it's more than 32. And it's disheartening that these employees sometimes, their statements have gone overlooked. Going back to July 19, 2024, some of the inquiry findings released to the city manager and the council. That summary was just a summary. It gave statements of the 32 employees that had concerns. It was an inquiry. September 18th is when I announced the suspension of City Manager Evans. Next slide is a memo. This is what I want to go to. Go to the powers and duties of the city manager. You will see the powers and duties of the city manager. I'm going to read what's outlined. It says, shall be responsible to the city council for the proper administration of all affairs of the city. The city manager shall have power and highlighted, shall be required to do the following. It says, investigate the affairs of the city or the department or division. Red, it says, investigate all complaints in relation to the matters concerning the administration of the government of the city. It's his responsibility. As I've told him several times, what was going on in departments, it says he shall, not if he want to. He had an obligation to look into these matters. He chose not to. Next slide. We go to the power of the mayor. It says the mayor shall report to the city manager violations, which I proved, I done, neglect of duty on the part of employees of the city that may come to his or her knowledge. He or she may examine the condition of the books, records, and papers of any department in the manner of conducting official business. He or she should report to the city council all violations and neglect of duty of any official that may come to his or her knowledge. Using this timeline is important. As you see, I'm following what the charter is saying. Some question my duties were. Next slide. My power to suspend. The mayor shall have power to suspend any officer, which is important because it was questioned could I suspend the city manager? Charter says I can suspend any officer. That means city manager, that means city attorney, that means any employee that works for the city of Riviera Beach. I state, I can suspend city manager, city attorney, or any employee that works for the city of Riviera Beach. It was questioned. It's right here in the charter. It says, of any city except members of this council for misconduct in office or neglect of duty. I can suspend them. But anybody that works for the city? Because my question, some people thought I just do proclamations or whatever I heard. Maybe just kiss babies or do proclamations. No. My authority is I can do this stuff. And I know you guys have heard many things about what I couldn't do. What was my authority? It's here in our city's charter. Now, it goes to neglect. Next slide. Number of days from the notice to the city manager of staff complaints to date of suspension without action, 581 days. Number of days from first notice to city manager to staff complaints to date, I called the entry without action 316 days. Number of days receipt of summary of inquiry to date of suspension without action, 62 days. I have not heard from the manager. 581 days about no concerns of his employees. If that's not lack of duty, you tell me what is. So my request to action, based on the information presented, I'm asking respectfully request that the city council approve the suspension of city manager Jonathan Evans. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. If we can't take public comments, and then we'll have discussion from the board. Madam Clerk, how many public comment cards do we have?
Mr. Chair, we have 13 public comment cards.
Thank you.
The acceptance of the comment cards for this item is now closed.
And if residents, if you do hear your name called, please, if you can line up over here. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
The first speaker is Bonnie Larson, followed by Cindy March and JB Dixon.
Ms. Bonnie Larson? Bonnie Larson, Cindy March, and JB Dixon.
Bonnie Larson, I usually like to go first, but this is perfect, actually.
Residents, please, if you can keep it down. Thank you. Ms. Bonnie
all right,
Larson, start over, please. Start her time back over. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Go ahead, Ms. Larson. I apologize.
Okay, I said I don't usually like to speak first, but this is absolutely perfect because he read you the actions or responsibilities of the mayor. He didn't finish reading it. Let me do that. Let me do that. Okay, it says he can power to suspend any officer or employee of the city except members of the council for misconduct in office and neglect of duty, but shall report his or her actions in writing to the council. Didn't do that. With the reason thereof. Didn't do that. At the next regular meeting of the council for its approval or disapproval. And the said officer or employee shall stand and remain suspended up until the approval thereof by a majority of the vote of the council, and upon disapproval therefore shall receive his or her compensation for the time during which he or she was suspended. All right, Ms. Miller Anderson just told us tonight, they didn't even get this information. Heaven help, we should get it and know what he was going to say. Why couldn't he have told you that day that he did the suspension? Why do we have to wait till now? Never question Ms. Miller Anderson. She's been here a long time, and every important issue that comes up, she looks into it. Now, also with this, could you please hush? You're not your time yet.
I'm sorry, Brett. Go ahead, Ms. Bonnie.
All right. It says here
Residents, please.
that you.
And Ms. Bonnie, if you can just address the chair, please. Thank you.
I'm trying to, but she's shouting in my
I understand,
ear.
I understand, Ms. Bonnie. If
Have
you
her
could please
removed.
adjust the chair.
All right, so we didn't do any of these things, and you just got this tonight. We didn't have it. Also, the other thing that should have happened was when he said he was going to do this that night, our city attorney should have jumped in and said, you can't do it without following the rules. So the whole thing's screwed up. Mr. Evans is the best city manager that we ever had. We had a city manager here for 9 years. You tell me one thing that she did to advance the city of Riviera Beach, because I can't think of anything. 9 years. Okay? Was she ever suspended? Was she ever done anything to? No. No. We had another city manager here who knew about all those fines, did nothing. Did she get suspended? No. She should have been fired. So this is, oh, I have a lot more, but, well, I'll talk about that later. But, you know, it was like the perfect storm at a time when you removed Mr. Evans from anything he was doing with the CRA. You moved him out. He had said he would work there until you got a new CRA director, but you moved him out. The minute you said you're moving him over to water utility, I thought, that's what they're doing. They're going to blame him for the last 40 years, and we've got evidence it's been happening for 40 years.
The next speakers are Cindy March, JB Dixon, and Scott Lewis.
Welcome, Ms. March.
Good evening, everybody. It's a joke to me. He had enough timeline. Why do the mayor have a time sequence? He's been very transparent about Jonathan Evans. Why was not Jonathan Evans transparent to the residents of the city of the Riviera Beach or the employees? And I understand we're not talking about the dirty water, but that is a major concept that we're dealing with right now with people's lives. The same thing with these employees have to put food on their table. They asking for promotions. I totally agree. He never should have been back. He said he would never come back to the city of Riviera Beach. Never. Once we gave him that $190,000, but we had 3 musketeers, brought him back. Didn't care what it takes to fire some more people, all on Facebook, to bring Evans back, because he knew if that person would have stayed here, he wouldn't have done all this unethical behavior that he's been doing to the employees. Our employees go out every day, even the police officers. They're not certain if they're coming home to their wives or their family. And to be unethical and not fair to them is very unjust. And you all will be unjust to think the mayor has done something wrong. I mean, you're not going to win them all. We're not against Evans, and we're not for Evans. Everybody not for Evans, and everybody not against Evans. But when you're wrong, you're wrong. I was reading the news break today, and understand me, the municipality all have problems. West Palm, what did the mayor do to the city, the chief of police the other day? He fired him. Did you see the line? He said, it starts with leadership. He is our leader. You are our leader. We hired you all. And the mayor is a leader. And you have to give this man respect whether you want to or not. Evans not the only one needs to go down. Deidre Jacobs needs to come down. These other 2 people, let me tell you something. I can tell one lie for one person, but when 32 people saying similarity, you best believe there's some truth in it. So y'all can do this personal vendetta thing, but you all not going to move this city forward. We're going to be going back and forth, bickering at one another that don't make sense to move this city forward. My question is what, when, why, how, and what can we do to move this city forward, being transparent and being honest to yourself. You have to be honest to yourself before you can be honest to anybody else. Enough is enough. Let the mayor do his job. We want the city manager to do his job, but he got to be fair with it.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
The next speaker is JB Dixon, Scott Lewis, and Margaret Shepherd.
Welcome, Ms. Dixon.
Well, here we are again. I have been told that under the charter, section 5B, if you will reread that, the mayor's investigations should be reported to the city manager. Also, there's a section in the statute, the Florida statute, that clearly states that any elected official, meaning any of you, who are found, excuse me, are found to be complicit in this investigation and report can be thrown out of office. And I would ask your attorney to read those two sections to you. This report and investigation are both clearly shams, especially in the sampling of employees. Out of 500 and some employees, 33 were handpicked. None of them were people, there were complaints on file that had not been investigated in the HR department. None of those people were picked up. None of the complaints against one of you council members was investigated, obviously. And none of the 30 or so cops who have quit or been forced to resign, they were not included in this. So among the 33, many of whom have since taken back what they said. So I don't know. The mayor said, how could they all be liars? And so are they lying now or were they lying then? And how do you tell? Anyway, this was clearly, I mean, anyone with half a brain knows and has known for some time that this is targeted at getting rid of Jonathan Evans and Deirdre Jacobs. And that when the council went to appoint an acting manager, that acting manager should have been Deirdre Jacobs. She's the assistant. And she knows, or did know, everything that was going on. And so for the continuity of city government, that would have made sense. Not a police chief who's never been a city manager and knows nothing about, nor should he have to. That also, if you look at the charter, your ability to do that is in great question, and I think you really should consult with your city attorney. The fact that this so-called investigation and report was leaked to the media immediately and given to individuals in the community who spread it around without any notice to any of the people whose reputations have been horribly damaged by these accusations with no ability, no due process.
Comments.
Thank you. Ooh,
Next is Scott Lewis, Margaret Shepherd, and Lee Innocenti.
Welcome, Mr. Lewis.
Hi, Scott Lewis, Wilma Circle. My name's Scott Lewis. My regret is that something didn't happen earlier. And you know that because I've talked at about a dozen meetings over the last 12 months about discipline someone. And Mr. Evans sat there through all those meetings, and to my knowledge, nobody got disciplined. That is a neglect of duty. That may not be specifically about the employees, could be other things. I have no question in my mind that 189 violations of state health laws is a major issue. But we were told that there were only 7 10 months ago. We were lied to. And the whole time that everybody up in this side was saying everything's rosy and pushing $115 million in new bonds, the whole time that's getting pushed at special meetings, we're drinking shit in our water and they're covering it up. That was a cover-up. The internal auditor quit conveniently about April or May of last year. She had asked for an assistant. It was refused. She quit. All the funny business with the system started in water system in June. Mighty coincidental. And that's when the big push came for these 3 bonds to spend money on parks instead of drinking water. Because no answer has come from the council or from staff, and I've asked at least half a dozen times, where's the $500 million coming from for the water plant to drink safe water? And then I hear police officers quitting. I hear that there's been a year with no contract. I'd quit. I get it. You know, the mayor's report, it was devastating. I'm not sure that I wouldn't have written it quite that way, but what your employees are telling you, you need to listen. And when I watched the 3-hour meeting where Mr. Lowe sat here and got his ass handed to him, and Mr. Evans sat on his hands and didn't say anything, I came in the next meeting, I managed 45 full-time employees. That embarrassed me. To have an employee sit through 3 hours of abuse and not intervene on behalf of that employee, what do you think that did for all the other employees of the city under this manager? Right? This is really a major, major problem. I hope you support what the mayor did. I don't think it was enough because other people should have been disciplined. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next is Margaret Shepherd, Lee Innocenti, and Lady Goldwire.
Welcome, Ms. Shepherd.
Hello, Mr. Lawson, to the Honorable Mayor of this great city. It's sad that we're at this point. The charter does read that he has the power. I think that the mayor is a very good man. I think he's a very honest man. I think he's a man that don't like to fight or get into any kind of kerfuffle. If anything, I've heard from at least 8 employees that came to my house way before you did. This was 3 years ago, came to my house, just randomly because I keep my door open. They talked about the abuse here in the city. And I didn't do nothing. I didn't say anything. They never mentioned Ms. Jacobs. They talked about Mr. Evans not listening. So now we're here at the road. The mayor has did his due diligence. I'm hearing people question his authority. He has authority. If nothing else, he has the authority to suspend. I got a letter the other day from one of the council members over the planning and zoning. And my grandmother said, if you dig a ditch, you better dig 2, because you're definitely gonna fall into it. I haven't been in the newspaper. He has. I haven't been suspended without pay. I didn't get pay, no pay, for almost 45 years of my career here in the city of Riviera Beach. And so as we go to this awkward moment of what the mayor has in charge to do, his duties is to take care of the city and take care of the employees. And our employees deserve, when I read what I read, and then I heard the tape, and somebody kept saying, Ms. Shepherd, don't listen to tape, you're gonna go off. You know, I read the tape. And fortunately for me, I had the opportunity to go out of town. So I didn't say too much, Mr. Mayor, but it was mind-boggling to hear about the water, hear about the treatment of these employees. These employees deserve much more, starting with the ambassadors. Those people cut our grass, they come to your office, and yet you think we supposed to be quiet. This is why I don't care. This is why I use the words I said about trolley trash or whatever. I meant everything I said, because you're not gonna try to put me down, but make sure that when you put people in office, you know what you're putting in office. So whatever the mayor does, I'm with the mayor. I wasn't in the room to hear it or talk about it, but I know what I felt from this council. It is time to take charge. Right now, this is a bogus
Thank you for your
crowd.
comments, Ms.
The
Thank you,
next speaker is Lee Innocenti, Lady Goldwire, and Rochelle Hughes.
Welcome. Vincente.
My name is Lee Innocenti, and I'm speaking on behalf of Adam Brody. Adam Brody is the director of our Riviera Beach Public Library Department, who cannot be here tonight because it is Rosh Hashanah, a high holy day for him. So I am reading Adam's statement. He says, I was shocked to hear that the mayor put out a report for public consumption with accusations against me that never even had an investigation on file. I found out through neighborhood gossip, and it was humiliating. I wasn't the only one. Other department heads and supervisors got the same treatment. I can personally say that I know them and that they are also victims of this targeted report that irreparably damages all of our professional reputations. I am proud to stand by these highly professional leaders. My personal story in this case involves an employee of mine with a past history of complaints against her supervisors in a different department in which she worked. I deny her slanderous accusations, but of course, I never had a chance to do so. Put yourself in my shoes. Wouldn't you be outraged too? The employee's complaint against her former supervisor was investigated by a law firm hired by the city. And guess what? The law firm found each of her investigations and complaints had no basis in law, and therefore there was no remedial action required. That report is part of the public record if the mayor had bothered to look. Her report made her sound credible. His report made her sound credible by saying she was selected as Employee of the Year in 2021. But in an error, failed to mention it was actually 2022 and that I, Adam Brody, was the one as the new library director who nominated her. I worked to get her selected. I wrote her nomination speech. Obviously, I didn't know then what I know now. Mayor Felder has tarnished not only my reputation, but the reputation of the entire city. He said at another council meeting that he had other things to do than just be mayor. Perhaps he should just do that. That's the end of Adam's comments. From my point of view, ambushing council people with Jonathan's suspension and ambushing
Thank you for your comments.
Adam Brody
Thank you for your comments,
is
ma'am.
no leader.
Lady Goldwire, Rochelle Hughes, and John Miller.
Welcome, Ms. Marsh.
Good evening. Right is right and wrong is wrong. The last two council meetings, you've had members of the public come up, disrespect you, Mayor, as they do many people on the dais, disrespect you, call into question your authority, bombard you with all the reasons why they should have had a heads up so they could then in turn give the people that they are in favor of a heads up, and now they're mad because you didn't do it that way. I can read, and I read the charter. It's written in plain language, and it does appear that you followed every single milestone associated with being able to call Mr. Evans into a suspension. My question is rooted in common sense. Mr. Evans, let's just give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's done everything right, dotted every I and crossed every T. Nonetheless, you have a situation where you've got employees reporting back that they are being mistreated, either by him or his direct reports. These people are telling you that they have been abused. If it was domestic violence, you would not put the abuser back in the house with the people that they've mistreated. If it was rape, you wouldn't put the abuser in the front seat of the car and have them take them home. At the end of the day, time is up. And this is somebody who has been instrumental in ensuring when he is ready for people to go, they go. Now, the argument will be, well, you were terminated and you're disgruntled, but I'm not one of 33. I did mine on my own. You got 33 people who risked their jobs and everything else. Riviera Beach is the only municipality out of 39 in Palm Beach County where 3/4 of their organization is represented by the people who live here. So these people, if they haven't spoken out now and are speaking out just now, have something other to consider. They live here. It's not enough to just live here and work here. You get fired, you don't have a job. Job scared looks very, very different. The people that's got time to come up here and be disingenuous and disrespectful need to cut their yards and take a bath. Period. Y'all are out. You can't say, oh my God, because the other one wears a hat and comes in here and speaks to us as if we are the help. I had a whole statement that I had to say. I can't even get my life together because the part of me that's born and raised here, raw bred, really wants to snatch your wig. You
Ms.
are
March, Ms.
disrespectful.
March,
But this
please
is what
address the
happens
board.
when you play with them. When you play with them, they play with us. Y'all better do what y'all supposed to do.
Rochelle Hughes, John Miller. Rochelle Hughes, John Miller, and Doretta Polk.
Good evening, board, city staff. So I read the report as well, and I was sad, I was mad, and I was heartbroken to read what these employees had to say. And at the same time, and I know, so I'm going to go back. That report came out. There was a discussion at a city council meeting in July about bringing it forth to the public to have the discussion with the council. It was supposed to happen in August, and it didn't happen. And I don't know why, but now we're here, and I guess my questions are for those, listen, I live here, I don't work here, but when somebody's accused of something, and I'm not sticking up for anybody, I just want y'all to know that. I'm just asking a question for those people who were called out in that report. Did that attorney sit down with them and go over that stuff to get that side of the story? Because we don't know, because let me tell you, there's 3 sides to every story. There's this person's story, there's this person's story, and somewhere in the middle is the truth. And there have been times, and I will take this from my personal experience at a previous job of mine, I'll say many moons ago, I was accused of doing something that I didn't do. It was just somebody, just wanted to say something bad about me. But I had the opportunity to sit down and say that didn't happen. Here's what happened. And then after that, it was deduced that no one was at fault. So, like I said, what I read in that report, I had to read it a couple times. I cried, and I was heartbroken. So I hope that and I agree, Mr. Mayor, you have every right from the charter, what it read. I guess one of my questions for you is, if you knew you were going to suspend the city manager, that council meeting, the next council meeting was actually that night. So there was no discussion, or it appeared, I'm going to say it appeared, everything appears. It appeared that the council didn't know anything about it until someone said it was on the news. I don't know. I said it appeared because I don't know what goes on internally. So anyways, that's all I have.
Thank you for your comments.
John Miller, Doretta Polk, Mary Brown.
John Miller, Riviera Beach, St. Ronan. I listened. The mayor has every right to do what he wants. It says it right there, point blank. But let's back up a little bit. Where the hell's the Human Resource Department? In other words, if you have complaints, you go to the Human Resource Department, and this could have been taken care of there. What are we paying them for? Did we pay $64,000 for this investigation? Did we? I'm asking. That's taxpayer money. But if we have human resource and we're paying the director, how much are they making? Does anybody know? How about their department? It's wrong. That was their job. Are you pointing at them? Because it's their job. That's where you go first. You go to them. I'm not taking up for Evans. I don't drink with Evans. I don't eat with Evans. And I argue with Evans about things, period. I do know that he's a good man. Is he perfect? Hell no. But I'm going to tell you right now what went on here. In other words, you didn't tell the people 3 people knew that night. I watched it. 3 people knew, 2 knew nothing. 2 knew nothing. But snap of a finger, and all of a sudden, the 3 are nominating and voting in the chief. The chief with no background in business whatsoever. We went through the same thing, 7 years ago? The same exact thing. Wanted to put Williams in. It was wrong. And then you got somebody here with a master's degree who's the assistant and who doesn't get the job. How does that make sense? I don't have your brains. I don't have your degrees. I don't know what degree you have. I have none. High school diploma, 4 years in the building trades as an apprentice, went through that. But I'm pretty smart. And I'm not stupid to the fact that that night, when you pulled that right away, and you're saying I'm nominating him, and then the chief had to know about it. So how can all this stuff go? All these things go without you talking about it ahead of time, which is a violation. You know that. You had to. 2 didn't know nothing, right? Mr. Spiritus, we want Jonathan to stay here. I hope you know that as us from District 4. If you don't, we'll do the same thing that happened before. We will get somebody else in there. And believe me, it'll happen. You told me that you wouldn't lose. Do you remember that, Mr. Spiritus? Yeah, you did. And the only reason you got in is because of what happened. Period. So look, give us a break. My mother always would say, I'm not as dumb as I look. Do you think we're stupid? When these things happen like this, I'm not talking about violations. If them people are wrong, they should be called out, period. But what about the other complaints?
Thank you for your
With
comments.
Human resource.
Thank you
that
for your
didn't
comments.
check into.
Mr. Miller, thank you for your comments.
6 by 1 cop that got
Excuse
fired.
me, Mr. Miller, please. Madam Clerk?
Doretta Paul and Mary Graham.
Mr. Pope? Welcome, Ms. Pope.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Paul. And I just like to say, Bonnie Lawson is absolutely right. That is in the charter. That's all I want to say about that. That is in the charter. Now, also this investigation, like the young lady said, there's 2 sides to every story. And when this investigation was done, did they sit down with Ms. Deidre Jacobs and Mr. Jonathan Evans to get their side of each one of these? There was also stated by the HR that there's 3 people who came to your meeting, Mr. Mayor, with you there and the attorney, and they said they want to clear their names. So, in hindsight, my opinion and a lot of other citizens, this is a problematic, very much problematic. So we need to get these 3 people who want to clear their names. They didn't say that, and put that on the record. Another thing that I want to talk about, there was a police officer that talked to me and said that when doing an investigation, you do get the other side, such as Deidre Jacobs and Mr. Jonathan Evans. You do get that and let them explain each one of those 33. And was that offered to them? We all are not perfect. None of us. There was only one man who walked the earth, Jesus Christ, that was perfect. So I just want to let you all know that, in my opinion, we need to just try to relax, step back a second, and do what needs to be done. And that's not firing Mr. Jonathan Evans, nor Ms. Deidre Jacobs. We got to thoroughly look at this investigation, because when you have people saying they did not say this and they want to clear their names, and a lot of this investigation also stated, oh, I heard rumors about Ms. Jacobs.
I heard rumors about this, that, and the other. Miss Jacobs helped me with a situation, but I heard rumors about her. You have that in this investigation. This is flawed, very problematic, and it's going to probably be some lawsuits, especially when you have people saying, I never said that. I want to clear my name. Problematic? Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Any quick comments?
Mary Brown.
Good evening, Ms. Mary Brown, to the board and to the general public. I'm not surprised by Chief Adderley at all. I'm 50,000 plus, and you residents don't even know it because I'm tagged under something else, and you will never know that. I'm not surprised. Those that know about these things, we are not surprised. We are not perplexed. Mayor Felder, in the charter there, your duties dictates that what you did, that you did it because of the charter. It's not what you do, but it's always how you do it. When you went after some of the members up there about why they did this, and they was questioning you and you was questioning them, that fairness goes that way. Let me say something to the general public. See, I'm fair. Whether it's Mr. Evans or whether it's any other elected official, politician, or police, Ms. Graham is fair. I always go in and sit at that table there and look for the unobvious. I stood here and I said within that report there, all of it is not believable. Because when you have organizations with employees that are hostile, that will keep something going on, knowing that certain laws will protect them. I stood here and I said too about that attorney. See, she's down in Coral Gables. I know all about her too, but I'm not going to bring that in here. I said 2 weeks ago why she's not in here. Why she's not in here. Now we paid $60-some thousand, and please somebody correct me because I got these reports here. $60,000 here. $60,000 here. You talk about the water. There's been going an ongoing problem here. And violations, they've been swept up underneath the rug there. Years, centuries ago. So this is where we are here now. Every season has its uprooting here. And this is what you do. And Chair Lawson, see, you brought that in here to bring the chief over on this side here. See, Ms. Graham got it all. We know it all here. These are the things that are being played here. Knowing that he cannot hold 2 positions here. That was why I was trying to stop you. But see, when you hell-bent and need to be in cuffs, and sometimes you all need to be made examples. And trust me, it's coming. I said before, you all.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Brown.
Before COVID. You did that.
Thank you for your comments.
You did.
Mr. Chair, that's the
Thank
end
you.
of public comment for this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair.
We're here. Mayor, you're recognized.
Thank you. Just a couple of things.
Okay.
First of all, I want to do this.
Go ahead, Mayor. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can't hear.
Residents, if you can't keep it down, so the mayor speaking. And Mayor, before you go on, Madam Clerk, there were some individuals that said they had public comments. I'm assuming it's just for general public comment, or was it for the?
Yes, for general public comment.
Okay, so this, we also have general public comment, which is going to be following after this discussion. Okay?
I'm blessed tonight.
Ms. Miller, answer the other.
I was just going to ask a question about the comment cards. If it was them wanting to speak on this item, can they speak on this? If Was it that they confused it and thought it was just public comment or this item?
I'm not sure.
If it's,
Mr. Chair, some of them put in a comment card with regular and the regular, the discussion item and the public comment item. So we did separate those cards. So the ones who wanted to speak for item 12A did get a chance to speak, and the others left are for general public comment.
Okay. All right, so we will have general public comment as well, residents, okay? And if you, on this item. So, Madam Clerk, we did have some residents that wanted to speak on this item,
Okay, we have,
but we're not accepting additional public comment cards for this item. If you
no, they
already
can
have-
submit one for the general public comment.
Right. And I think there was a few individuals. If you want to check your card, please, ma'am, so we can get your public comment cards before our mayor finishes.
Harold Vaughn and Joseph Jackson.
All right, if you,
Yeah, that's Joseph. Okay. And that's me.
and if you do want to speak on this item, ma'am, you can go ahead and speak. You can go ahead and speak on this item. And residents, just please keep it down. We're going to continue with public comments on this item.
So that would be Joseph Jackson first, followed by Cynthia Harold Vaughn.
Ms. Joseph Jackson, please.
How you doing, Joseph Jackson? What I gotta say about this is, we reached out, there's a whole bunch of employees that reached out to the city manager multiple times. September 17th of 2021 with no return. September 7th, September 18th, we'll call you back. Has anything been done? Nothing has been done. Now, my question is, how do you work in a place where your authority is not there? When you ask someone, hey, guys are not being respectful. How do you manage your department if you have no control of your department? But it's because it's led from outside. City manager knew about all this. He told me, said, well, with Ms. Deidre Jacobs, like it if it was done to her, I'll get back to you in 2 weeks. Actually, he said, give me 7 days. I'll get back with you. It's been 3 years. 3 years. He walked past me many times, shook my hand. We talked about the Tesla car charges and everything. Where was my return at? Y'all talking about witch hunts and all that stuff. Ain't no witch hunt. I've been here 14 years, a supervisor for 11 of them. I done worked for 6 or 7 different directors. All of them seeing me as magnificent. And now, Ms. Deidre Jacobs stepping here, and she controls the board and tell guys what they can and how they can treat me. What a support at. Then you pick people over me that's controlled by you. So guess what? When I get ready to start making the decision of doing something, they can step in and stop what I'm supposed to do. That's my job, to assign jobs to operate, maintain, and repair the collection system. Why is the electrician over me right now? You talking about the simple things of, we got a job to do. And not one time. I done got messed over 3 times, 3 times since 2021. And I did all roles at the district, with or without a director. With or without a director. Stepped in all of them and did what I'm supposed to do. But yet we put electricians over people who've been maintaining this system for 14 years. For 14 years. Talk to me every night. You called me every day. My wife looking at me crazy. Why she steady calling you? Baby, I'm just trying to educate her on the collection system. That's it. You called me every night. It wouldn't even hurt if I wasn't as close as I was with you. Because you called me every night, but I guess I didn't have enough negative stuff to say. I guess I couldn't report on Dr. Johnson when he wasn't where he's supposed to be at.
Thank you for coming, sir.
Get it right.
The next speaker is Cynthia Harold Vaughn.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, city council members, chair, that's my son. That's my son. And what you've been trying to do to him, it's coming back to you. Either the city council, the city manager, or somebody's gonna fix it, or God's gonna take care of it. If I have to sue you myself,
And if you can't address the board, Chair, please. And
Deidre Jacobs.
And we're talking about Mr. Evans,
Seriously.
the item.
Deidre Jacobs is venom in this city. Every department that she has touched has been affected. I have sat at home and over at my Airbnb and listened to these meetings. And I have watched her behaviors and how her and Miss Glendora had to look at each other to decide why they denied that guy's bid. When it's Christmas time and my son's father tells him, oh, me and your stepmama was at so-and-so's house and we mentioned you. And they tell him the lady that they were talking to told them that they were trying to destroy your son, but you didn't create him. God created him. Let me tell y'all something. I have witnessed at 480, my son's house, this woman, Deidre Jacobs, calling my son to ask him to call a former employee, Ezekiel Williams, and ask him why he left. He had on speaker. And I'm shaking my head, telling my son, no, that's not his job. Don't y'all do exit interviews? My son and his wife has to pay $300 more on their mortgage because they refuse to verify my son's employment and financial history. That's the low-life type of stuff that Deidre Jacobs' hand is in. When you have a person who tells my son they placed an electrician with a Class C license over him, and how many licenses and certifications my son had, and he came here with nothing. But he knows that system. How you gonna put an electrician over my son? And 2 times my son has told me, he says, let me just say this one thing.
No, we have to start with the time.
He
Ma'am,
says,
I'm sorry, ma'am. We do have to finish and stay
well,
on the
I
time.
just don't want them to treat me like they treat you.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Chair, that's the end of public comments for this item.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mayor.
Man, I'm speechless. Joe Jackson, man, I commend you. Many people, one of the residents got up and said, and she was exactly right. She says, I don't know what goes on internally, right? And I think many people out there don't know what goes on inside, right? And so they judge from an outside appearance. But see, it's people like this I talk to. It's people like this that came to me. It's people like this that's been to the city, working, giving their every last sweat for the city. And for some people to sit up here and act like they lying, who are y'all? Because at the end of the day, y'all don't want this side because the election don't matter to me. Vote me out or vote me in. Well, stand up, mama. My mama, 84 years old. Look at this beautiful lady that came my first time. And you rather me get you than her, trust me. For the women that think I disrespect seniors, go talk to that lady right there. For the lady that in here always say I disrespect seniors, talk to that lady right there. But yeah, it's time. And I'm gonna tell you something. Listen. It's something in the report. I did everything right. Y'all can question it. Do what you want to do. I did it right. But it's something in that report said about sandbox relationships. And see, some people that's coming up to this podium, you know what they want? They want to stay in control with who's sitting over there. All right, that's the whole fight. Because if they lose a person, they lose what goes on eternally in the city. That's what this whole thing is about. Being in control. And you know what? They would say anything to mean anybody. They would say you lying, and it's just that sad. But you know, I'm grateful, Mom. You ain't raised no fool. And I know for 84 years what you and my daddy did in this community, way more than a whole lot of folks sitting here right now. So what they talking about don't mean nothing to me. But at the end of the day, where I come from, I'm going to make sure I take up for people. So you don't want me, vote me out. As a matter of fact, I don't think, for the people coming here tonight, they know what the community, you don't know what the community is saying. Because let me tell you something, the community out there, they won't change. And I'm telling you, and I know my team going crazy right now because they didn't want me to go here, but it's more with me than against me. You better believe it. And just because they're not in here making the most noise, don't mean they're not with me. It's a shame that a grown man, and you don't know, I heard men crying in these interviews. But y'all gonna sit here and talk about it's a host. Who are you? Who are you? Who you get your information from? Why didn't you ask? The charter says, after my investigation, it's a shame now one of y'all asked the manager that says in the charter, in the code, he's supposed to investigate. Why y'all didn't go to him and say, why don't you investigate the employees that was named in the inquiry? Ain't nobody said that. And it's in his code. It says, he shall investigate complaints. Come on, man. Enough is enough. And I'm going to tell you something. Because see, many people up here think it's about an election. Right? I walk away first. Let me tell you something. Y'all better look up here. Listen. You better look up here because everybody ain't for you. I said in my opening statement, some people will fight for a person and forget the other 600 plus people. And you're hearing it. They don't care about the 600 people that wake up every morning to come on this damn job to do what they're supposed to do every day. They don't care about them. They care about the one they're going to get information from. That's the real. Wake up, y'all.
Thank you, Mayor. Comments from the board?
Chair,
You're recognized, Ms. Lanier.
I wanted to make some remarks in regards to the report itself. There is, and I have never sat here and said that the claims were not valid at all. And there may be more. But my question is the sampling size of the report and the opportunity for people who are mentioned in the report to defend themselves. This is a report that is damaging people's reputation. I think that a young lady read the statement from the city's library director. And there are other directors who are mentioned in this report, not just Mr. Evans. And those people need an opportunity to be able to defend themselves, to have a one-sided story. And I'm not saying that the story is not right. I'm just saying that if somebody is accusing you of something, you have the right to defend yourself. That the young lady who actually did the report has not come to the council. I asked for it to be aired out, that for anybody who had an issue with the report, that the report itself should be aired out in public, but not one-sided. And I by no means, sir, are dismissing your issues with the city. I am not dismissing your issues with the city. But what I am doing is making sure that the people who are reported in this report are given the opportunity to defend themselves. And if
All
you
right,
have
residents, I'm sorry. Residents, I understand that it's a passionate night, but we've given as much grace as we can. Residents, let's please get through. I understand, Brother Jackson. We're gonna, Ms. Lanier, continue, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that it's understood that the findings in the report were not corroborated with the people who were named in the report. If you have an investigation or investigative journalism, you get both sides of the story. You get both sides of the story. You state the facts. You don't go on emotion. You ask the hard questions about what is happening, and you get the person who is being accused and the accuser in the room, and you hash it out, or you make that report center around those two conversations, the person who is being accused and the accuser. But this report provides information from one side of the story. But what happens is that these reputation killers cause irreparable damage. If it were your name in the report and people were saying these things about you and you had no opportunity to defend yourself, that is why the person who did the report was paid $64,000. $64,000, and it still has not come to the council or come to the public for sure to be able to talk about these issues and explain how this thing was actually done. But to not have people who are mentioned in the report is just not fair. Whether it be true or not, you have to have both sides of the story. That is just only fair. If it's true,
Residents, please, we can't scream out of the board. Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead,
I would
Councilwoman.
think that everybody sitting in this room would want to be afforded the same opportunity. That if somebody is accusing you of something, that you have the opportunity to defend yourself. You have the opportunity to say, hey, this did happen, or hey, this didn't happen. And that is what a report, an investigation is, both sides of the story. So I still am asking that the person who did the report come to the council, come to the public, give people the opportunity to defend themselves, because we only have one side of the story here. And I would not say again that I'm being not being dismissive, because I've said that before. I just want this thing to be fair. And people have emotions, and when you have emotions without the other person's view, that's one-sided. So, you know, if you're going to rush to judgment, I would say get both sides of the story. That's only fair.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Chair.
Mayor, you recognize.
Let me address this. A very important listen up. I've read the charter and some of the code, right? What's amazing, board, is powers and duties of the city manager, all right? Investigate the affairs of the city, of any department or division, investigate all complaints. Now, let me tell you let me explain this to you, right? You can look it up. Look my duties up, right? I gave you a timeline. Me going back to the Mr. Evans. Hey, I'm hearing complaints, right? I call an investigation, right? He knows it. Pull the memos where he told staff, hey, do it honestly, be truthful. You can't be retaliated against. If you retaliate against, go to the city attorney, right? See, this is what I'm saying. You won't hear from up here where it says, why hasn't he investigated those claims? It's in the charter. And it says, you shall investigate complaints. See, don't get hoodwinked by, why he ain't, no. See, he worked for y'all, but evidently y'all gonna let, I don't know why, like, I'm starting to question why you need a board, why you need to be over him, because not one time from this board, if you're reading the code, it says he's supposed to investigate. I don't have to call them more investigations. The chart, I did what the charter told me to do. Why they not on him about calling an investigation about what this investigation is about, and then come to them who's they his boss. Nobody's questioning him about why haven't you called an investigation on this matter? Don't get hoodwinked. All right? It's a chain of command, it's an order. So they're gonna keep coming back, why you didn't do this, why you do that? Nobody's questioning the charter. You're supposed to investigate every complaint. I gave it to them, 500 and something days, right? Nothing has been said or done. Nobody's holding him accountable. Don't let them do y'all like this. My mama ain't raised no fool, all right? So the issue is, right, whether you like it or not, in my open statement, everybody's not gonna like it. It's on your city manager to take the investigation, go to his employees and find out what the hell is going on, come back to this board and tell us, hey, is it true or not? It's not my job anymore. But see, they're not holding people accountable. And don't get caught up in, well, we want this, we want that. The bottom line is the charter states, he shall investigate all complaints in relation to matters concerning the administration of the government of the city. His employees. Go back to every meeting. Nobody has said, I think my man, what's his name, said, he sit over there. Nobody said, Mr. Evans, tell us about this investigation. Now I'm gonna make a statement because it's something that went down to human resources about something sexually, right? See, they can get the email, everybody, they can get public records. See, nobody want to do their homework. Now, it's a job of the board too. The board can create malfeasance for not taking action and knowing some stuff. So, it can be legally challenging. But all this going back and forth where they have not held their employee and make him answer questions. Because you know what? I'm done. I'm done. Resident, I'm done with this one right here. We'll go to the next one. This one right here, I'm done with. They got to make a decision. Right? I did what I was supposed to do. I'm not here to answer no more questions. I done done it. Now, they got to do their job. Whether they uphold the suspension or not, I'm not gonna feel no type of way because guess what? I can't get in their way. That's what they're supposed to do. But I'm not gonna be interrogated here to keep answering questions. They got to make a decision. Now it's on them. All right. But I'm telling you, they're not holding their employee accountable. And that's what I want y'all to look at. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. You're recognized, Ms. Leonard.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that when we're talking about the merits of the actual report, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the merits of the report. And when you have a one-sided report, then it is meritless because you don't have the other person's side. Now, if we pay $64,000 for someone to investigate employees, then I would assume that they would have a conversation with the person because it wasn't just employees talking about Mr. Evans or Ms. Jacobs. It was employees talking about each other, employees talking about their supervisors. Those people's reputation, they had no opportunity to defend themselves. So when you put out a report that only has, this employee talking about that employee and the employee not having the opportunity to respond to that, then you're looking at a situation where you can push the narrative all you like. You can say, you did this on your authority, okay. But you cannot have a report that is having employees talking about each other, having employees talking about their supervisors, employees talking about management, and not get the story from them as well. It is
Hold on,
just,
Mayor. Go ahead, Councilwoman Lanier.
it's just not how the city is supposed to do business. If we're going to investigate, let's really investigate. Let us get both sides of the story. And I'm by no means saying that that side is lying. I never said that. All I said was that the people who are accusing someone of wrongdoing, the person that you're accusing has the right to respond. That's all. That is all. So when we're talking about this suspension, we're talking about the merits of the case. We're talking about the opportunity for a report to be fully fleshed out. And however long that takes, I understand that the employees are what makes the city run. But we do have issues. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. We have water issues. We have employee grievances that we can address those issues. But all I'm saying is that if we're going to do it, let us be fair.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you. Mayor, you're recognized.
let me ask a question to Councilwoman Lanier. I read the code to you. Have you ever asked Mr. Manager, has he called an investigation to find out what was going on?
Mayor,
Yes.
You recognize Councilwoman Lanier.
I am talking about due process here.
No, it's not, no.
Hold on a
Wait,
second. You
let me
asked
say
me a
this.
question. I need to
No, but I
finish
want
it.
to explain due process, right? This isn't about due process. See, I
It's
don't,
not.
Hold on, board.
go ahead.
Mayor, you're
Go-
recognized.
This is not about due process. This is about like of duty, right? That's not, see, that's what I'm saying. You mixing words in. The question was, because the code says the manager shall investigate any complaints. Have you asked the manager, when you got this report, did you get with the manager and say, have you looked into this issue? Yes,
You're
sir.
No, that, no.
You're
no, no.
recognized,
You-
Councilwoman
Ask
Lanier.
me the question again.
Have
Mayor, you're
you,
recognized.
when you got the inquiry, did you get with your employee, the city manager, and asked him, have you looked into this matter?
No, but I actually did
Not
ask.
doing your job.
I actually asked someone in HR about it.
No.
To tell you the truth.
No.
I asked, listen,
Hold
Mayor.
on, I'm sorry.
You asked me a
Councilwoman Lanier,
question.
you're recognized.
You asked me a question. I did ask HR about the employees that were a part of that report. A number of employees in that report had not reported anything to HR. So all I had was what was in the report. So when you have a situation where if a person is making a complaint, they did not go to HR, they did not go anywhere else, but they come to you and tell you about this issue, then so be it. But there is no process in where that person lodged those complaints against whomever in a location within the city. It is called a process in which you have a problem with the city, you go to HR, that's what we pay HR for. You go to HR, it is investigated, and some of the complaints that were in the report were investigated and proved to be unfounded, but they were put in the report still.
How many?
So it doesn't matter how many.
No.
One is too many, Mr.
Right, one
Mr. Mayor.
employee is too many too.
One is too many.
Right, I agree.
So when you have, it is basically fair play requires an opportunity to respond. It's just that simple.
Mr.
Go ahead,
Chairman.
If you want somebody to be fair to you and somebody accuses you of something, you want to be able to respond to that. It's just that simple. But when you have a situation where a report was put out to the public without our knowledge, the
No, not
manager
true.
being
Not
suspended
true.
without
Not
our
true.
knowledge,
Not true.
those are some of the things that when you talk about fair and process, those are the things that you must look at, because nobody wants to be in that position where a report is written about them and they had no opportunity to respond to it.
Thank you.
That is just fair.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lanier.
Mr. Chair.
Mayor, you're recognized.
The question was, it wasn't about a process. The process was done right. The process, you got the information when the city manager got the inquiry. My question was, because if you are not following, making sure he's following the code, then there's a problem, right? So you can say all that other stuff. It don't make a difference, because the code says it's his job to investigate the investigation. You just said HR don't work for you. Mr. Evans work for you. So why would you skip the guy that works for you? Why would you skip him to go to HR? See, that's the disconnect. Because HR don't work for council. Mr. Evans worked for council. So instead of asking the guy that works for you what's going on in this report, why would you go to HR? See, if you read the charter don't tell me to go to HR. The charter tell me to go to Mr. Evans and then come to y'all. The charter never says me to go to HR. So what's your reason? See, that's the disconnect because you're not doing your job.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Miller Anderson, you're recognized. Excuse me, residents, please, if we cannot yell out from the public. Ms. Miller Anderson, if we have another resident yell out, I'm going to ask you to leave the room. If we have another resident that yells out, we can have you escorted out.
To Councilwoman.
Thank you. Councilwoman Miller Anderson, you're recognized.
To Councilwoman Lanier's point, in terms of investigation, like she said, and I think one of the members of the public said it as well. When an investigation is done, you get the complaint, which is what this summary was, the complaints from the people. Then you need to also talk to the person who is being accused. And then if there are witnesses, you go to the witnesses to get the witness statements. You put it all together, and that is how you come up with what it is that possibly happened. Case in point, there were a couple of investigations that were done by two law firms. And I think the most recent, well, at least the most recent one that I saw was from Mr. Horace Towns, an investigation into Mr. Troderick McCoy. That was done by a law firm, Ford Harrison. They put their investigation findings on their letterhead. It was professionally done. They gave the background. They gave the information as to what happened. They got Mr. Towns' information. They received, they did reach out to Mr. McCoy. That was who was being, the complaint was about. They reached out to Mr. McCoy, but in it said that he did not want to provide a statement, but he had an opportunity. And then it went to, I think Mr. Spiritus was a witness. Mr. Spiritus chose not to provide a statement, but they went to the witness to get the witness statement. And I believe Mr. Evans was also a witness to the incident that occurred. So in most investigations, and this is only one, there's another one that I believe, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe it was Ms. Wynn's assistant who had another investigation that was done, and I believe that one was for Mr. McCoy as well. That was done by a law firm. They did the same thing, looked for witnesses, took her statement, attempted to get other statements. That is how an investigation is done, and I'm sure the police would do the same thing. That is how they do their investigations. That's why when you're at court, you have people that come up as witnesses. I'm not here to say that anyone was lying. All I am simply saying is when the report was given to us, first of all, the report was released, I thought, to just the council, but for some reason it made it to the public and it was unredacted. They did not redact that report until people started asking for a public records request. And I believe that may have been some of the news stations, because there were some news stations that actually had the report that had not been redacted. And that clearly came from the inside because it did not go through the clerk. Because when the clerk started producing the public records ones, they blanked out some things. But the ones that were on the news were not blacked out at all. But the thing about it is, with the report, it only took, it basically was a session for the person to provide their complaint, and then the attorney just simply produced a summary of what, and it wasn't really a summary, because if you listen to the audio that goes with it, she, did not pull everything. She picked what she wanted to pick to put in the actual report. So there's a lot more that was said. that may not have been captured in her summary. With her summary, it only gave, just basically produced what it was that the person said. Some of it, and I really wish it would have been, because that is why we're here, and if that is what the suspension is about, I believe that it should have been provided to the public. Like I said, I had been asking the mayor to provide the backup of the information that he used that he was going to use for this presentation tonight. I started asking for it last week, Thursday, for myself so that I could prepare, as we normally do when we have an agenda item, the information, the backup is attached to it, so that the public has an opportunity to see it as well. But as I said at the very beginning, I was told that he did not have to. However, there is something in the Sunshine Manual that says one thing about agendas being posted. The backup materials are supposed to be produced with it. But our attorney, Ms. Nguyen, said that based on the charter, it says that he only has to provide us with a report. I think both are true. I'm not an attorney, but I don't know how that Sunshine Manual rule applies for everything else, any other agenda item that we have on the agenda, but it doesn't apply to this one. That's neither here nor there. But the point is, my issue was with the report and how it was produced, not about the contents of it per se, other than the fact that they should have gotten the other side of the story. And like Ms. Lanier said, it's not even just about Mr. Evans or Ms. Jacobs being accused or complained about. You have employees talking about other employees. And so with that being the case, how do you let that just stand? You don't just take one side. You don't go to get the other employees' response as to what happened and then come up with a conclusion on what took place. It's not a problem in sharing your thoughts, but if we're going to call this an investigation, a true investigation needs to happen, and that is not. And I had that issue with it when it first came out, because it was not an investigation. It was simply get a side of a story and it was just published, and that was it. Now, I know the mayor was asking, Ms. Lanier was saying that Mr. Evans did not act after the report had been produced back at the end of July. But in the document, it said that with it being an open investigation, he's not supposed to approach them. They're not supposed to talk about it. And I don't know how the report or the investigation is concluded. I don't think it's closed yet, because you're still trying to now reach out to these people after people came and complained that their names or what their information was put out there and nobody ever came to them to talk about the story. So now the attorney is supposed to be meeting with some of the people that chose to come back and give their side of the story. Now, from what I've heard from some people who have not come back to give their side of the story, they're just taking a position they're going to let their attorney talk for them, because no one asked them for their story before it was published. I think it's disingenuous to now say, hey, okay, yeah, we'll get your story now after it's already been released to the public. How do you take that kind of stuff back? You can now get their statement and do an addendum that may or may not be attached when someone goes to pull that public record or hear about it. So I don't think the investigation is closed, because you're still waiting to interview. And from the last thing that I knew, it was a scheduling issue. I believe the last meeting or two, I asked, I had to ask, where are we with this attorney speaking to the other people? Because no one ever came back and followed back up and said where we were with it. And then speaking with, when you came and asked for the funds to do the inquiry, yes, the majority of the board said yes, because of course we wanted to see what was going on. I mean, it's not like no one wanted to hide from it. So we supported that. But there was never any follow-up. There was never, the attorney came back. The only time she came back was when she was asking for additional funds. And I think at that time she was only asking for an additional 10,000, but we just generously threw out a whole 25,000, more than she even asked for. I don't know how that happened, but she asked for 10, board agreed to give her 25. So she only came that time, but she has not been back, and we've asked, and I know you said that you were not going to present the report, and we needed to get with that attorney on our own. We operate in the sunshine. So I feel that she should have been here, and I asked as well the last few days, when was the attorney gonna come and do the presentation, or when is she gonna wrap up her additional interviews? And from the last thing I know is they're waiting to schedule it. Well, this has been going on probably a month or two now. I'm not sure, but it just doesn't make any sense. I don't see how he was going to do anything with the report when it was still an open investigation. So I think we're being a little disingenuous by saying that he didn't go and do anything. And then I know that you gave him a directive to.
No directive.
I know.
No directive.
I know
Choose
you're
your words
going.
correctly.
Oh, I'm saying it correctly.
No, it wasn't a
Gave
directive.
him a directive,
No,
but then you
no.
sent out an email a
Read-
week
read what I sent him.
a week
No,
ago,
Kashama, excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Ronnie,
You're not gonna say.
a week ago,
See, wait, Mayor.
a week
Let
ago,
Ms. Millennium finish.
a week ago, you sent out an additional clarification email saying that you were not giving him a directive because you know you cannot give him a directive. However, that was not the case when it was initially provided. It was cleaned up last week when you sent the email
I don't have to
out.
clean anything up. I do it right the first time.
You
That's what
came
y'all do.
back last week to clarify and make it clear that you were not giving him a directive. But you said you had given him 30 days to address the issue. The 30 days was either a day or two after the suspension. So he was suspended prior to these 30 days that he was given or told to address the report or address whatever the issue was. So I'm not, I don't see where we're trying to go with this. Now, I know, and again, the report has not been publicly given out in terms of being put on the backup. As a backup, I'm not going to say 100% of the employees that were listed, many of them no longer work for the city. Now, I'm not minimizing their issue or whatever occurred, but we need to be clear when we're saying employees. All of those people that are on that list are not at the city. Some have been gone over a year. Some of them are not, they've been gone for a while. So it just needs to be clear that we're talking former employees and current employees. The total is not all employees that are currently working here now. Talking about that, climate survey. Now, on the report, it states that it is, what is it called? It is called City of Riviera Beach, Florida Summary, Mayor Ronnie Felder's Inquiry into Employee Complaints Climate Survey. When an investigation or an inquiry is being done, and based on the chart, you said that you have the right to do it. True. But and I'm not an expert on this, I don't know how it was possible for you to sit in, and listen to me when I say this, to sit in the interviews when it was taking place, when those other investigations were done by those law firms. I don't know, but I'm not certain if someone else was sitting in when the attorneys were doing the interviews.
You have legal here, you can ask her. So we don't have to guess. Ask legal. It's right
Sure.
Question, I'm sorry.
When
What-
those other investigations were done, like the one for Mr. Towns, the one for your assistant, who else was involved in that when that took place? Who was sitting in there when the interviews were being done?
The firm and whoever they were interviewing.
Okay,
So
but,
the attorney for the firm and whoever they were interviewing.
but not
But the
you?
question was, why was I sitting?
No, I haven't gotten to the question yet. I was
Right,
just
that's what
saying.
you're
Not anyone else.
Okay, thank you. So when you're putting someone of your stature in the room with someone who is providing their statement to the attorney, who is the one that's presenting themselves as the investigator, I feel that that is undue influence. It could be, a positive or a negative intimidation. Just being in the room could alter the way a person communicates what it is that they want to say. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. But in order for someone to get a true depiction of what someone is wanting to say or what they mean, having an extra person, someone such as the mayor, I just don't feel that was proper. Now, I know it says that you can conduct investigations or inquiries, but I think that's a little loose and open for interpretation. I don't think it was saying that you can do them or you should do them. You can maybe say it need to be done, and then the attorney could act as the investigator. But I find there's an issue with you having sat in there and asked questions to the people that were in there, just because of your stature. It could provide some sort of influence that is unintended. And I think that's it for now,
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Thank you,
Chair,
Ms.
let me-
Melanson.
Let me answer some of this.
Hold on, Mayor, you want to respond to Ms.
Yeah,
Melanson?
yes.
Councilman McCoy, you'll go right after the mayor. Go ahead, Mayor.
To the letter, she said I gave a directive, and y'all watch this because that's a new thing, directive. I asked a question to Mr. Evans. This is the memo. So nothing was changed from the memo, which she stated. As you are aware, under my authority as outlined in the charter, I conducted an inquiry into the workplace climate of the city of Riviera Beach, focusing on city employees and their perceptions. Based on that, certain findings and recommendations were made, which have been provided to you in the report. To my knowledge, no action has been taken on your part to address the concerns raised by employees. Please provide your plan of action as a city manager to address the report within 30 days from the date of this letter. If any actions have already been taken that I am unaware of, please provide a detailed written response outlining those actions. The purpose of this request is not to require action on your part, but to clarify the status. Please acknowledge receipt of this correspondence and do not hesitate to let me know if you have any questions or concerns. It's not I'm asking. But see, this is the thing. This is what I told, this was going to come up where instead, I go back to this. Not one time have they asked him what's going on with this investigation. Could you go out? Could you get with your employees and find out and come back and report, right? Secondly, I called investigation because you can get legal advice. Our attorney is here, labor law attorney. If I'm requested to sit in the interview by employees, which they can request that I sit in there, I sit in there. If they request I don't. But it's just so amazing. 500 and something days. 500 and something days, going on 2 years, that we have not one time asked the city manager what's going on. That's the process. And so I didn't give her directives. You're going to hear that. That's setting somebody up. This I gave directives, right? Ask the question. And when I got an email stating that, since you gave a directive, what I thought was wrote by a lawyer, we wrote back and say 4 times. It wasn't no directive because I gave you 30 days. 30 days had no bearings on me suspending. See, you're gonna hit them 30 days, right? You don't hear about the 500 days. Anybody say nothing about the 500 days, right? From when I first started saying, hey, working with him, right? Saying there's some issues in-house, right? They don't mention 500 when, I'm taking them out to lunch saying, this was going on. Kashama, I was riding up to my cigar place and talk to you. I'm like, Kashama, this is what I'm hearing, right? I'm telling you on the phone, this is what I'm hearing, right? No,
But tell why I don't talk to you, because what? Sunshine, from the very beginning.
I'm not up under sunshine.
I told you I don't do that, so you can't go back polling and communicating to others. I never talk to mayors, nobody.
Kashama.
I don't.
Am I under sunshine, attorney?
You can talk to individual council members.
Thank you.
I do not talk
Thank
to
you.
the mayors because they can go back to other council members to share what was stated. I have never done that.
Well,
And I told you that
So why
from
would
the
I come to
beginning.
you then?
Huh?
Why would I come and tell you something?
Mayor
If that's
Felder,
what
Ms.
I
Miller-
told you
Ms.
that
Miller
at the
and Senate
beginning
Mayor
when you first
Felder,
got in
let's
office.
Mayor Felder, Ms. Miller Anderson, let's address through the board chair and then go from there. Mayor Felder, are you done with your comments?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman McCoy and then Ms. Miller Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleague Miller Anderson, it's very interesting. Let me share something with you. First of all, I know it's going to be taken out of context, but I gave you a little more credit than I should have. Because you sat up here and you cited a report that I didn't see until it came by email. And you're assuming, colleague, that someone reached out to me, right? You're assuming, yes, you did. You just said that I had a chance to respond. So hold on. So the way this is going to work is I was literally waiting for my opportunity to let you finish. And you explicitly said, and I wrote it down, there was an opportunity for him to respond. You're assuming that that is how that occurred. You're assuming that Jonathan Evans was one of the witnesses. When I seen that report, they conveniently left off the other witnesses. But did you also know that Jonathan Evans and Horace Towns were both named as the defendants in lawsuits in which I was the plaintiff? Did you know Ford Harrison was also the same law firm that supposedly had conducted a similar investigation, would now make them have a clear conflict? So don't sit up here and represent something that you've gotten by email as if that's the gospel. Not to mention, did you ask Ford Harrison to come in here and sit down and explain that investigation? Because they sure as heck didn't do it with me. How about Frank Fernandez? We had a police chief here a couple years ago named Nathan Osgood. And I was out for whatever reason, I don't recall, but specifically on a 3-1 vote, the board adopted that action and ratified an investigation that far exceeded the manager's authority. And not one time did Frank Fernandez from Blueprints for Safety come in, nor did the internal affairs investigator come in and substantiate all of those claims that they had alleged against our former police chief. Let me give you another one. Back in 2015, 16, and 17, there was complaints lodged against the former deputy city manager. Those didn't come before the board. Those folks seemingly did not have the same opportunity to respond. So I don't get it. And even in using the same analogy that you just said, or the same example that you said, if there's an open investigation, then they're not supposed to talk about it. So, I mean, I would really encourage you, right, before you get up and make these statements, kind of find out exactly, perhaps call Ford Harrison and find out the extent of it. Because the truth is, none of that that's stated in there is verbatim. And boy, if this isn't ironic. This seemed just like some hypocrisy that I've seen just early part of this year, where we're sitting up here talking about where a person should be afforded the opportunity to respond. In fact, that meeting was called a meeting regarding security. This meeting was very specific on the agenda as to what we can expect. So I don't think that, any of what you said, I can't even really give it any credit, because you seem to have flip-flopped your position when it was convenient to defend where you wanted to go. So if I was So if I was really in a court of law, I would ask the court to strike everything you said because it was, number one, irrelevant, impertinent, and based off of pure speculation when you have those people not even here to sit here and substantiate how they attempted to contact me. Or I think it's even referenced that they attempted to contact another commissioner. So, I mean, let's not sit here and try to use what hearsay to try to put on a case when those very people that you're saying should have been here to substantiate the mayor's position. They certainly weren't there and not here now to substantiate what they put in the report for me. So I just think there's a double standard that you're extending. And I certainly have always extended you a lot of courtesy, and especially considering that I thought you would be able to see that that's not the case. But, you know, be it as it may, I want to also address one of the members of the public got up and said that the three of us voted. You know, I literally spoke to the mayor over the weekend. I spoke to Councilperson Lawson. We've talked about several things. One of the things we don't mention is city business. In fact, I ran into the mayor. Actually not the mayor. I called the mayor and asked him about a social event was he attending. I also did that to Chairperson Lawson over the weekend. But at no time do we discuss city business. So the implication that the three of them knew, I had no idea, any idea whatsoever, until it was brought up in the meeting that there was the desire for the mayor to take action on his investigation with respect to the manager. So, you know, I resent the implication because I take it very serious. And unlike previous council members, sunshine law violations is not something I engage in. So that's definitely not the case, and I want to make sure that that is absolutely clear. To further that point, this is becoming, I think we're getting down in the weeds a little bit, right? And I really want us to kind of focus on what's before us. You know, using other alternative examples of what happened in the past may prove to be a pattern of what would have occurred or should have occurred. But I think the issues before us is very clear as to whether or not there was a duty and was it neglected. Now, if you want to go up and say that that person should have had the opportunity to respond, there's a fine gentleman that I know that had a similar incident where he had all of these allegations. And in fact, if you go back and look, I don't think he was given the opportunity to respond then. I don't think, and I'm certain that many of those employees said they never made those complaints. So if this is not hypocrisy, I know I heard my colleague on the north end say the same exact thing, but yet he was put up like Jesus and Barabbas and crucified on the cross. Touch not my anointing to do my prophet no harm. I don't have to send out press releases to talk about how the governors didn't take action or that actually that's actually worth somebody doing a public records request of the city, since they went and made a vote to the Commission on Ethics and find out what they have to say, because clearly everything without basis, merit, or without not even in the correct jurisdiction, which had no authority, and especially none of those were given under any kind of sworn statements. None of them was even written. And to sit here and suggest that some kind of way that you're relying on something and assuming that everybody was contacted. My former legislative assistant was there and she wasn't contacted. So, I mean, I don't really hold a lot of credit to any of the examples that you gave. And I'm saying that from the most respectful position, because I just think it's completely unfair to use these kind of things for your benefits. And I am probably the most contacted, and I can't say that, but I just feel like everywhere I go that I have to hear from employees about their concerns in the city. And I try to empathize, and I literally have to be a sounding board because, you know, very cautiously, I may mention something to administration, but I don't want to ever put an employee in a position that they got to feel that if they share something with me, that it's going to be brought to administration and retaliation may occur. Because, you know, I try to figure out from a policy perspective how we can address it, because there is no way that particularly I can take something to the manager to act on it. And obviously we do know that there's a process, But I hear a lot of these same concerns, and I have, as recent as probably 2 days ago inside the grocery store, heard from employees saying some of the very similar things. So what I'll tell you is this: I want us to deal with what's before us. I think we getting a little off track about the process. The process, it is what it is, and one of my questions is, well, I guess I don't even need to ask that, but irrespective of what this board decides in terms of the manager's suspension, it's on our court. And I would like some opportunity to have a discussion post whatever decision this board makes to discuss how we're not going to neglect our duty, considering that this has now been brought to us. And I looked at the timeline, even not even being in that space of saying it was 500 days, but at a very minimum, I seen July, I believe it was, at some point in July, and I think that was ample opportunity to be able to respond. So I certainly think I don't want that to be something that we're not going to do. So I would like to then, seek some discussion from the board to ask our attorney to bring us back options to have an additional independent law firm from a selection of law firms to be able to decide improvement actions that needs to take place, because apparently that has not occurred. And certainly we need to make sure that we're not having a meeting sitting here saying that, yeah, we recognize that all of these complaints occurred and we've done nothing as the board to address those in terms of resolving those issues, because conveniently people and select people, right? I mean, I even had Scott Evans to plead with me and say, Mr. McCoy, he's the CRA's interim director, said, I have no clue how my name ended up on that list. And several others. The list that I was alleged. So, I would want to make sure that we be thorough and we at least not be accused of neglecting our roles once things are brought to the board. So that's what my concerns are. I'm ready to yield the floor back, but I just wanted to make sure that it is abundantly clear that I have no conversations with the mayor outside of this meeting or any other colleagues regarding what is going to be discussed, and to sit there and suggest that, and conveniently they've already taken off. And people try to move on these sound bites. Mayor, I can't do nothing but respect you, man, because what you said on that first Friday following our September meeting has stuck with me like every day. Like, for whatever reason, people have this belief that this city council, being an elective position, seems to be binding upon us. I mean, this is work. I think I served maybe about 8 years, if not more, on the Planning and Zoning Board, and then prior to that in public service in the Florida House of Representatives, simultaneously in the Florida House of Representatives. And I've been in this community all my life, with the exception of going to college, which one funny character said I didn't even have a degree, said that my GED wasn't a high school diploma. I mean, I got a master's, buddy. So that should say a lot. I mean, despite anything, people still have a way to overcome. But I would like that once we resolve this issue, we can move towards resolving the overarching issue. Like, what do we do now that this information has been brought to us? And how do we not leave this open as it is?
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman McCoy. And to that point, that's the first time that.
I just had a question.
Yes, of course. That's the first time that we've heard that sediment put out of what are we going to do moving forward. We have to address this item, dispose of this item, and then what are we going to do? That didn't come from the public, from this board. We've disputed and dissected a report, whether it should have, shouldn't have been done. We've talked about the concerns. Why is the mayor even doing a report in the first place? The mayor shouldn't have had to do a report, and that is the city manager's job. No one person is bigger than Riviera Beach. And we've talked for the last 2 hours on my anniversary to discuss somebody else's job. This is not acceptable that we're even here having this discussion, and we are so divided as a board over one person. No one issue is more important than Riviera Beach. We have bigger concerns, residents. I would have liked to see a lot more in this report because we've had conversations about the water, about CRA, about employee oversight. I've personally sat down, so I know the mayor was commenting, saying a lot of no one has questioned it. I know I've met with Mr. Evans on a consistent basis every Friday to discuss concerns that we've addressed. But as my colleague, Ms. Miller Anderson said, we operate in the sunshine. So if that directive was not given to our city manager in the sunshine, he's going to follow what happens in the sunshine because there's a charter amendment that says he has to follow directives from the board during these meetings. So there's a question that I do have that is this report complete? Attorney Nguyen.
My understanding is that initially it was the mayor and mayor, correct me if I'm wrong, the mayor and the outside firm attorney investigator believed it to be complete. However, since that time, several employees have come forward wanting to meet with the investigator. There are also employees who have said, I don't want to meet, but I'd like to give my version of events and supplement the report. And so I guess my answer would be it's final with the opportunity to supplement.
It's final with the opportunity to supplement.
It was believed to be final when it was submitted.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Now, hold on one second, Dr. Spears. And the concern that we're addressing tonight is not if the mayor had authority, but if we're going to uphold a suspension or not. That is the simple conversation. That's what we're here for. We've had multiple discussions. So board, as my colleague, Councilman McCoy stated, what are we going to do? What steps are we going to take after that? After we've discussed, are we going to uphold the suspension based upon the information? Now, the mayor did provide this information to us at 4:30. We did receive it today, but this doesn't mean there hasn't been discussions and items that we've had issues with for the last couple of years. A narrative was painted previously. I believe Chief Coleman was asked about if he could serve. Some resident said if he could serve as the position as interim. He served as a director before in the CRA facilities. I met with Chief Coleman previously where I had breakfast and asked him if he'd be interested in serving in the interim if something happened to our city manager. I sat at breakfast and asked him would he be interested if something happened. And he said, Councilman, I'm here to just be a chief. I support our city manager. So we have individuals that support Mr. Evans. We have individuals that have concerns. We have to give due process to everybody, but I want this done the right way. And that means making sure we've addressed the report. We've identified the employee's concern. Mr. Jackson, you've reached out to me many times. In passing, you've said, what y'all gonna do? And I understand, I've listened, I respected it. We've talked to our city manager and we're trying to make the right decision to move forward, but we have to move forward as a city because like I said, not one person is more important than Riviera Beach.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Spears, you're recognized.
So I concur with everything you just said, Chair. And with respect to my colleague, Councilman McCoy, I too learned about the manager's suspension, I guess the same time that Councilwoman Lanier learned about it when the city manager came over to us at the meeting that night and showed us the letter that he was suspended. So to think that three of us knew something ahead of time is totally wrong and it did not happen. I can assure you of that. But I would like to just go over, I have a couple of questions and then I have a couple of questions for the mayor. Ms. Nguyen, Council Nguyen, can you tell me how many HR directors this city has had in the last 2 years?
The last 2 years, sir?
Yes. Yes. How many, can you?
I'd say 2 or 3. In the last 2 years was the question, correct?
In the last 2 years, last 3 years, how many have we gone through?
About 3. On average, about 1 a year.
About 1 a year.
On average.
Okay, that, obviously that's not a good record. Mayor, we're not here tonight, and I agree with the chair, to discuss the merits of that report. I could tell you I read the report, and if there was just one complaint that was accurate, that is extremely disheartening. And the fact that we would have any employee in a situation like that without any follow-through or follow-up is extremely damning to the city and the operations of the city. But we're here tonight to discuss whether the mayor had the authority and was correct in suspending the city manager for 2 weeks. I've got to make it clear that the city manager is due back tomorrow morning. And I spoke to the city manager, and he told me that he does intend to come to work tomorrow. Hopefully, based on the conversations that we had here tonight and the suspension, the city manager will now take it upon himself to investigate all of the claims that were made in the report that the mayor did investigating the employees and the climate that the employees are working under. Clearly, a hostile environment is not a good environment, leaves us open to liability, plus the employees will not do their jobs correctly. So hopefully that mayor, I'm hoping that you and the city manager can sit down and maybe discuss this, and the city manager can now move forward with an investigation to get to the bottom of what actually happened and make sure that nothing like this ever happens. If it did, that nothing like this ever happens in the future. So I'm looking forward to making sure that our employees are working in a safe environment and they come to work and they're happy to come to work and they do their jobs and they do them well as they have always been doing. At this point, I would just like to add that, yes, we're here tonight to vote. Did the mayor have the authority to suspend the city manager? And was it correct to suspend the city manager? And should we, of course, not extend the extension based on the charter? So I believe that's what we're here tonight, not to discuss the merits of the report. Thank you.
1 second, Ms. Miller Anderson. I would love to hear you, but Councilperson Spirit is, let's just go back and make sure that we're clear, because I think your question is whether or not the mayor had the authority. I'm not sure that's the question that's before us. The charter is clear and in plain language, so I believe it's more appropriate to say, do we approve the mayor's suspension as opposed to whether or not he has the authority? And is that what you intended on saying?
Chair?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I agree that the mayor does have the authority to suspend any officer of the city as per the charter. And the question here tonight was whether to uphold the suspension that the mayor gave to the city manager.
Okay, thank you. And then one other thing before I relinquish this back. Did I hear you correctly in saying that you want Mr. Evans to move forward with how he's going to investigate these claims when, excuse me, members, it's very difficult to hear. In fact, I had to pull out my assisted hearing device because I couldn't even hear the mayor, and he was sitting right next to me. But Councilperson Spears, was your suggestion that we have the manager investigate these concerns that was raised in this complaint when some of them actually allude to the manager not acting or neglecting to act?
I would like to, Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
I would just like to know what the city manager is going to do with respect to how he's going to handle the employees in the future and whether a situation like this would ever happen again. I don't know the merits, whether they're like this, like we said before, there are many sides to a story. We know that. But at the same time, like I said, if just one of these is correct, it's horrible. It's a horrible situation. So I want to know if the city manager has any plans to change the operation so that we don't come back here with another report and another investigation.
Okay, last thing before I relinquish this gavel. Commissioner, Councilmember Spirit is, that's exactly what I was suggesting. But in terms of this, I'm thinking the ball is in our court, and I want to have the discussion after we decide on this item, whether or not, we are going to direct staff to close this out. And when I say direct staff, direct the city attorney to bring us back options to close this out, because obviously the report seems to be gathering what I believe and presuming, I'm not going to take the stretch of what I had my colleague to do this, to assume that is true, that these are factual, but for someone else to close it out with, this entirety, because clearly we can't leave these things lingering if these issues still exist. And if the manager's implicated in him not acting, I wouldn't want him a part of that investigation. So that's certainly that's certainly what my concern is regarding this issue. Going forward, I'm in agreement, but this issue, I would like to see if we can get this closed out.
Chair?
Chair, yes, sir.
I agree. I think it's very important that we move forward, clearly. We can't just sit still. We have to take action. We, under the charter, I believe we do have to vote tonight whether to uphold the mayor's suspension of the city manager. I think that's the reason that we're here tonight. That was the main reason under the charter that we would be sitting and discussing this evening. So, yes, I agree with Councilman McCoy's recommendation. And I'm looking forward to a better future for all
Mr.
the
Chair.
employees.
You recognize Miller Anderson.
I know it was mentioned that we're not here to really talk about the merit of the report, but the report is the reason why the mayor is saying he was suspended. He's basing it off of his action or inaction to act on what was placed into the report. So it is important. The other thing is saying that this investigation or inquiry is closed or not closed. And now I'm hearing it needs to be closed out. But then the attorney stated that it was essentially closed, but the people are providing their supplemental information to it. And if we're saying that it's still open, it is improper for Mr. Evans to approach any of these people because they have been given whistleblower status for him to go and try to do anything with this report. So, I mean, we're talking out of both sides of our mouth right now. So is it that it's closed? These are facts that are being stated. It's a done deal. And now we want him to go and do something with it? Or are we saying that this report is still open because you now need to take those supplemental reports from the other people and add it to it? Because if that's what we're doing, we're now just collecting information. It's not being put together to come to a conclusion like an investigation would. So I don't understand which way we're going with this. I do understand that we're here to vote this up or down in terms of whether or not the suspension should remain and not him not get his money back, basically be unpaid. But the thing is, it's not about whether the mayor had the authority to suspend. That's not even the issue right now. But the suspension, the question is being asked, should this remain based on the information that was presented to us at 4:30 this afternoon? That most of the times when we get back up this late, a lot of times people are complaining about it, but I didn't hear any complaints from very many people tonight about this information. And this is not something that we had. And especially, saying 500 and something days, it looks good on paper, but that is not something that, it was told to us back in December that he wanted to do a inquiry, and nothing was said about it until that, like I said, that person came to ask for additional monies, and then no communication occurred between December and July when it was just thrown in the email and sent to us. There was nothing, no follow-up, no conversation, no nothing. But again, It is about the report. So when we're making our decision, it is based on this report.
Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you.
You recognize Dr. Peters?
Mayor, can I ask you a question, please?
Yes.
Okay, when you suspended the city manager, did you suspend him because he did not do the investigation? Or did you suspend him based on the merits of the report?
No, based on his job. The charter is clear. He offered no recommendations to make the situation better. He has not said anything for 62 days.
Okay, so it wasn't the report, the merits of the report, it was the fact that the manager did not follow through with an investigation or come up with some suggestions on how he was going to solve the issues.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
You're recognized.
we're saying that he did not act. What did he not act on? The report. It's the report. At the end of the day, it is the report. The information that he has, they were saying that it was not acted on. So if it is a completed report, and let me be clear, what I am saying has nothing to do with the complaints that the people had. I'm not minimizing it. I'm not disregarding it. I am simply stating if we're going to do an investigation, that was not an investigation. That wasn't. And I don't know what, nobody that is aware of how investigations go, no, that's not how an investigation goes. You don't just take one side of the story and you just run with it. That is not an investigation. But that's not proper either.
Well, hold on.
That's not proper. Okay.
All right, residents. So we're going to proceed with any additional. Is there any additional comments from the board? I do want to hear before we go forward from Miss our HR director, if you can come forward.
Chair, I'm going to like to
Yes,
ask a
Councilman.
question. So I'm okay with you asking questions
Yes, sir.
of the HR director, but I would caution you regarding setting forth any specific standard or questioning the considerations other than what the mayor has brought forth, because you're gonna, you have that prerogative, but I would just make sure that we're in line, germane to the
I don't
very,
want to, I agree, and I don't want to open a can of worms. I want to just address it based
the
upon
very items in
this.
these.
Just
what,
the item that
10
we're
or 12
addressing. Because
pages.
after we've disposed of this item, I'm going to also call upon HR because a lot of these concerns are HR. And we've had, I believe, 2 or 3 HR directors over the last couple years. So my concern is going to be based upon this report, based upon what was presented by the mayor. Okay. Have you seen this before?
Yes.
Okay. And when these duties or concerns were addressed by employees, what steps in HR is HR supposed to take?
Move the strike, irrelevant and not germane. That's not appropriate, Mr. Evans. That's not Mr. Appropriate, Chair. That's very inappropriate. That's not germane to the subject that we're here before, Ms. Nguyen. And I would ask that you consider that.
So Councilman, if we're discussing the suspension of the city manager and we're discussing the employee investigation and the steps that were taken in the employee investigation, did we fulfill those properly so that I could determine if this was done properly?
Recognized?
Recognized.
Right, but Ms. DeCoste would, in my opinion, in my summation, be offering you nothing other than something that's speculative, because number one, she wasn't even here during that time.
But she is our HR director and this is her profession. So I would take her professional opinion as the director of HR, who is going to also have to implement strategies for us moving forward. So if we'd like to discuss and have a discussion with her after we've disposed of this item to avoid any further legal concern, we can do that. But I want to make sure that we address your concerns that you spoke about earlier with how do we proceed. But I also have to decide on if we're going to uphold or not uphold the suspension. And I'm just not clear because I just got this information. So I'm trying to get all of the information now. I understand the concerns of the residents. I understand the concerns of the employees. but I'm reviewing this information as we speak within the last couple hours. So I want to get all of the information before I cast my vote, which is simply to uphold a suspension or not. Mr. Evans, based on the suspension, starts back tomorrow. What are we doing tomorrow, residents? What is going to be the next steps? Because we're still going to have a city manager that is going to have to lead this city. What do we do in that position? So when we talked about the concerns that we have moving forward, and I hear your concerns, Councilman McCoy, I agree, but I wouldn't strike my issues with HR, whether she was here or not. It's a simple fact that she has an expertise over employee investigations. And these concerns are supposed to go through HR. So we will actually come back to you, Mr. Costa.
Mr. Chair, I want to ask a
Ms.
question.
Miller Anderson, go ahead.
The question he asked, I do want to answer, and we're not in court, so we're not striking anything. What is it that the HR department, what role did you have involved in this work? At all?
No, I just got here July.
Okay.
So,
But do you know whether or not HR was involved with it?
the previous HR director advised me that nobody contacted her. So I don't know if she was even involved.
And when an investigation is done through HR, what is the process?
Okay, so an employee will come to HR. If it meets a definition of our policy, we would conduct an investigation. Depending on the level of the person being investigated, we would work with our city attorney to bring in an outside investigator. For example, if we're investigating a commissioner or another director or so forth, or if it's not that high level, it's a manager or so forth, HR can conduct the investigation. In my career, so you know my background, whether I'm new or not, I'm certified in employment law from Cornell University and investigations. So me being new has nothing to do with my ability to ensure our employees feel safe. I wasn't hired here just because I'm an HR director. It's because I'm a change agent. And I think this city is a beautiful city, and we just make sure that our employees are safe and happy. And I will tell you, there was a plan of action put together. Mr. Evans and I did speak about the plan of action. And so me being new has nothing to do with it.
And so when you do investigations, what is typically the process?
We conduct an investigation. We meet with the complainant first and any witnesses. And once we meet with the witnesses, all the witnesses, then we interview the respondent last, the person that's being complained about. Once we finalize everything, if it meets policy, if there is a policy violation, or if there's concerns, because sometimes you have investigations that it doesn't meet the definition of a violation of a policy, but employees are feeling some type of way. So you put a plan of action in, whether it means you have to build the morale, you have to make sure your employees are being heard, that they want to feel appreciated or trusted, and you do little things to make them feel like they can trust HR, they have an open door. And I will tell you, employees have been coming to Human Resources and asking to meet with me directly and some of my staff because they do have concerns, and we are fixing their concerns.
Thank you. Now, the other question I have for you is do you close out an investigation before completing all those steps?
No, we have to close it. We have to close an investigation out. Once it's closed, and then it becomes a public record.
But it's not closed out in a public record until the complainant, the witnesses, the things you just laid out, those steps are completed. Once all those steps are completed, that's when it's closed out and becomes a public record.
Right, exactly. But at times you do have employees that want to rebut, and you give them the opportunity to tell whatever or add something or change something.
Right, but you do go through each of those steps and all of those sides before it is closed out and finalized.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
How long have you been here, Mr. Costa?
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Mayor. How long have you been here, Mr. Costa?
July 20th.
July 20th.
I have a
Mayor,
question.
you're recognized.
I have a question going back from Councilwoman Miller Anderson. You said you guys are coming up with some plans now?
You're asking me?
No, I'm asking.
Through the chair?
I thought you said Miller
Sorry about
Anderson.
it. Through the chair.
You're recognized.
No, sir. We had in August. The exact date was August 23rd.
Did Mr. Evans approach you about coming up with? Some
When,
things you approach him.
when the report came to me as an HR director, I went to our city manager and discussed it with him. Here's a plan of action, and we discussed it.
So you went to him after you found out what this report was. You're new coming in, you see this report.
Yeah,
and
it's
you go-
my,
and you-
sorry.
And you go to him and say, let me come up with a plan of action?
Through the chair.
Can I-
So it's my job as the HR director to protect the employees and city manager and commission. So if I see something that can cause litigation or issues towards our city, it's my job to mitigate it.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate you for that, because short time being here a month or so, you was able to see the need and come up with a plan. I appreciate that. Secondly, I want to ask a question. I don't know why they put you up there in the first place, and it's nothing against you. I did some public records requests. As we're talking about, I saw that it's an invoice from an attorney to give an opinion about my position. Now, I didn't see that email go through legal. So was Mr. Evans hiring a lawyer outside of our legal to make an opinion, to find out an opinion? Do I have authority?
So I'll take ownership of that. Mr. Evans and I had a conversation. He wanted just to get a second opinion, which I did get the second opinion. And I was not aware, so I apologize for that. I'm sorry, through the chair. I apologize to Ms. Nguyen that I wasn't aware that only she can hire.
Mr. Chair,
recognize
no disrespect, Mr. Lukowski, and I know you're a team player. That's out of order, because my city manager knows the charter. All right?
That's why I said I apologize.
My city manager knows the charter,
Mhm.
and so he has no right to go and get an attorney outside of our legal to investigate an opinion on me. And I got an invoice. So we'll deal with that later, but y'all might want to let Mr. Costa go back to his seat, because it's a lot of stuff we can deal with.
You recognize Councilman McCoy.
So, Chair, thank you.
You're
And
right.
this is why I kind of was hoping that this conversation didn't happen here, because now she's started saying some things, and now we just definitely got to get some clarification. Number one, you spoke about the plan of action, and I'm curious. You talked about what happens in these type investigations. If it's someone in administration, if it's an employee, if it's a department head, you follow these steps. It's very interesting. I was looking through the HR policies and that sort of thing, and I don't see that. Is that the City of Riviera Beach policy, or is that industry best practices?
Through the chair.
You recognize.
It's through it's best practice, and HR is working on policies for the city.
Follow up. Thank
You
you.
recognize.
So that's best
Residents, if you can, please keep it down. Thank you.
that's best practices. So when interviews and those kind of things are done and all witnesses aren't contacted, that would not be a good practice, right? And that will kind of call into question the very, I guess that would call in the credibility of the entire investigation when you don't do a complete investigation and ask all of the witnesses and give the accused the opportunity to respond.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Through the chair, sorry.
Recognize.
Yes, you want to make sure you have a thorough investigation to first answer all the complaints, and second, to make sure that every party has been heard, to again, protect the city from litigation.
Okay. And last thing, you were working on a plan, as you said, with Mr. Evans, once you got that policy, well, once you came in receipt of the report that was done in and by and through with the mayor. Have you guys worked on some stuff since he's been on suspension?
Who, Evans and I? Mr. Evans and I? Through the
Yes.
chair, sorry.
You recognize.
No, Mr. Evans and I aren't working through anything. He's suspended. Are you asking has HR worked on some items?
Have you guys been communicating in terms of this why we're here today and other human resources matters?
No. Talking or?
Communicating means you could have had a physical conversation, email conversation.
So, no, I don't.
Phone
No, so no, I
conversation.
do not email him at all. Yes, I have texted him to see how he's doing. Absolutely.
Okay. But nothing regarding this specific
No,
or city business?
no, it's how's
Okay.
he doing?
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chair?
And to, one follow-up, Mayor, and to that point, residents, please. And to that point, the reason that I brought in and brought up our HR director up here, because she is brand new to the department, but not brand new to HR. And her expertise shows that she can handle the concerns and the issues and address them clearly. This is our HR director, and she's done a phenomenal job. So please, ask the questions if we're gonna make a decision on what we're doing with our city manager and how we're gonna move the city forward, because she's a big girl, she can handle it. So if you guys do have questions for her, the reason that she came into this city is to help us move forward. We're starting to get the right people, and with these antics we're playing, we're not gonna be able to attract good talent. Like our procurement director, like our HR director. So we have great talent here, and these individuals that we gave praise for with our procurement director was somebody that was actually acknowledged of taking responsibility. That's the issue that the mayor is addressing today. Mr. Evans needs to take responsibility. Point blank period, that's the concern. It has nothing to do with anybody else here. So I'm not sure why we continue to go back and forth so we can keep on with the banter. But what are we going to do? Are we going to uphold the suspension? And then what do we do moving forward? It's really that simple, because the city needs leadership. We need oversight. Mr. Evans is going to stay here. Then he needs to work with our HR director. He needs to work with the department heads to fix the morale of the city, to get our water clear, and to get development continuing to go, because this is what stops development in our community. Nobody's going to want to invest into this community if we continue to have this banter and this back and forth. So thank you, Mr. Costa, unless somebody else has another question for us. Mayor, you're recognized.
Thank you too, Mr. You know, I say this, right? You can have great people come to your city. If the leadership is not good, they're gonna leave. But answering a question from Mr. McCoy, he asked a question, and again, was Mr. Evans working while he was suspended?
So, Mr. Chair, hold on, before members do that, hold on, before members do that, right? I would ask if members can hold off on looking at that, because I will hope that that's not pertaining to what we have before us, because we have a narrow issue, and I wanted to make sure that we don't, we can have a conversation later, but I just pulled up Article 2, Section 15 of the Charter, and I want to make sure that we're dealing with what we have here. And to
that point, Councilman, are we done with Mr. Costa? Is she okay? Yeah, thank you, Mr. Costa. Go ahead, Councilman.
And do we have anything else? Because I was hoping that we didn't have to be thwarted by whatever this is that the mayor delivered to us.
I think with this
the mayor's come and gone. Where is he?
He's come and gone. With, so colleagues, the discussion tonight is the suspension of the city manager. The report, I'm assuming this is additional information being added to the report?
That's why I was hoping that we deal with what was presented in this.
But I'm assuming this is additional information. That's
What?
why he's presented it during the topic.
Yeah,
Because
but-
we just got this at this meeting. So is this part of the information? Should we take this into consideration?
Well, I guess we got to stand in, an informal recess until he comes back, because if this is what we're dealing with, we shouldn't be concerning ourselves with what's in the manila envelope.
Mr. Chair,
You're recognized.
I can possibly give you an A for the theatrics, but the thing is, this is not a private entity. It is a public entity. And all of this shock and awe is ridiculous. If you want people to have information to make a decision, provide it at a time when people can look at it and utilize it to make a decision. But obviously, that's not what this is about. It's about theatrics. And it makes no sense. Come on now. It makes no sense.
So, Ms. Attorney Nguyen, you have a comment?
I don't know if you want me to check to see if, I don't know the answer to what's in there. I haven't seen it and I haven't been given a copy.
Okay.
On the restaurant? I just want to know, are we doing business or what? Well, I just want to know, should we stay in informal recess?
Is there a motion on the table? Do we want to proceed? Do we want to
Well, I don't think it's appropriate
take
for us
public
to
comment?
proceed.
I agree.
Yeah,
You need to take a recess. You want to take a recess?
Chair.
Recess.
All right, can I be recognized for a comment?
You're
A
recognized.
question?
Residents, please, we're still in session. Go ahead, Councilman.
So Mayor, I want to make sure that I'm clear and we're clear. The contents of this manila envelope, is this exactly relevant, pertinent, and germane to what we're being asked to do here today?
No, it's not. It's according, no, it's not.
Okay, all right, cool. So I don't want that to potentially, thwart what we're doing here.
Thank you. Okay. Additional comments from the board? So we're here, we have to decide if we're going to uphold the suspension based upon the report that was given. The mayor did state that the information he just gave out is not pertinent to the suspension, and the cause for suspension is in the presentation. Board, do we have any action that we'd like to take?
Chair.
Councilman, you're recognized.
Thank you. I move to approve and sustain the suspension for City Manager Jonathan Evans.
Second.
There's a motion on the table and it's been properly seconded. Discussion?
Mayor, I'm sorry.
You're recognized, Ms. Councilman Lanier.
I wanted to ask, Ms. Miller Anderson, is she, oh, there she is. Yeah, we want to make sure that everybody has a vote.
You're recognized, Councilman Lanier.
No, I just wanted to know where Ms. Miller Anderson was. Because there's a motion and it was seconded, so I just wanted to make
Sorry,
sure.
there was a motion on the table and seconded, motion by Councilman McCoy, seconded by Dr. Spiritus to uphold the mayor's suspension.
We're voting, we're in the middle of voting?
No, we haven't voted yet, we're in discussion. Just wanted to catch you up since you stepped out.
So
We're in the
if I
middle
can
of
clarify.
discussion. Councilman, you're recognized.
Yes, my motion was to move to approve the mayor's, move to approve and sustain the mayor's suspension of City Manager Jonathan Evans.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying the record. Okay, discussion? Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lanier?
No.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
No.
Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
That item passes with Councilperson Lanier and Councilperson Miller Anderson dissenting.
Okay. So residents, board, there was a discussion earlier about what are we going to proceed. We need to leave some items to discuss how do we proceed? What clear direction do we give to our city manager once he returns? And making sure that from this dais, it takes clear understanding so that there's no discretion, no gray area as to our expectations moving forward. And based upon the suspension, Attorney Nguyen, when does our city manager return?
I believe according to the mayor's suspension, he returns tomorrow at 5 p.m.
Okay, thank you. All right, so colleagues, that will be the discussion and we will have that. If we can have that discussion today as well, we're going to go into general public comment. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we have at this time 29 public comments.
Thank you.
The first speakers are Bonnie Larson, Lloyd Brown, and Joseph Jackson.
Bonnie Larson, thank you. And residents, we do have a lot of public comments, so please, if you hear your name, if you can line up over here. Mr. Brown, whenever you're ready. Ms. Bonnie, thank you.
Bonnie Larson. Oh. Okay, from your discussion now, why do we always pay extra? Hired an attorney, I just have this one comment here. Hired an attorney from Coral Springs or somewhere. She didn't put her name on that. That's the first thing I noticed on that summary that we got. Her name's not on there. Attorneys love to put their names on things so they can get other business. To me, it was a very unprofessional presentation. The way it was done, the way it was typed up. First of all, you're in the water department, then you're in parks and recreation, then you're in administration. It wasn't even organized. That's all I'm going to say about it. And why are we paying extra? We couldn't find an attorney closer than Coral Springs? You know what that costs. Okay, I'll get off that subject. I'd like you to do something with the Good Company. The Good Company, they have a gentleman who comes by and picks up the vegetation. We have vegetation every week. He's wonderful. But the guys who drive the truck, they don't know how to pick up the bin and set it down properly. They set it down, sometimes it falls off. Always the lid is open. And you know what rain we have. People come down the street, they drop their chicken bones in there. Now I got a garbage bin full of water and chicken bones. Don't let them on the streets of Miami. Don't let them on the streets of Riviera Beach until those people know how to pick up a bin properly, empty it, and set it down properly so the bin has a closed lid. They had to come and give me a new bin this week. I called the city because the city is the one who has the contract with them. I called them Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and I said, I need a new bin. They cracked it. Now I'm going to get more water in it. I ran into Mr. Tradwick McCoy. He got it done. I called my council person who is, I know, working then, and I was just venting because I'm tired of doing their work for them. I don't have much time left. I want to tell you something that's very important, and I don't mean to scare anybody, but there are people in this city who will come by and try and get in your house. They'll ask you for something that you have to go in the house for. Do not fall for that. There was a gentleman who, my hair went up on my arm when I heard about this because I heard what happened. The guy came to this man's door, asked him for a glass of ice cold water, which meant he had to go inside. That gentleman no longer lives. He was robbed. He was beat to a pulp. My hair went up when I heard about it because I don't know if it was the same guy, but a guy came to me and had the same request about a week earlier before that man died. So tell your neighbors, tell your friends. Somebody came to my mom and wanted to fix her license plate with a
Thank you for your
screwdriver
comments.
to come in the house.
Thank you for your comments.
Don't do it.
Lloyd Brown, Joseph Jackson, Cynthia Harold Vaughn.
How you doing? Let me tell you, my mom always told me, she said, you know, black people, they like to get you told. They don't even have to make sense, but they like to get you told. And you know what? I've never seen so much segregation among the black people. I ain't lying. What you think the people looking at you now? They saying, look at them people in Riviera Beach. They all black, but they separated. I mean, it doesn't matter about what happened with the city manager. They looking at you. They looking at you and your attitude toward each other. You know, the art of war is to separate a community and you can defeat it. But you doing this to yourself. I mean, Mayor, you might have did what you did, and I hear all y'all up here talking. I mean, Mayor, do you know that it's a man in Stank store going up there to Walmart buying food and selling it for twice the price in your city, right in your district? I mean, but y'all over here, I mean, whatever Evans did is what I'm trying to say. Malcolm X said, if you have a fight in the house and your family, you not take it in the streets. But y'all taking it to the streets. Y'all act like y'all, you want to make each other look bad. You making the whole city look bad. I mean, I don't care really if Evans is there. I wouldn't care if you there or none of y'all there. But damn, y'all making the city look terrible. My friend, he live in Tennessee. I told him about it. He said, boy, y'all got some effed up people down there. They worse than the ones up here. And he way in Tennessee. I was in the military with him. Okay, you say you got a degree. I work on planes, trains, jet engines, cars. I install phones. I can work anything I can do. I can do your job. but I don't want it. But what I'm trying to say is, y'all need to pull together. This BS is going on too long. The water bad. Y'all worried about putting the man out on the side. So what? Get the water straight and then kick his ass out. If you want to do it that way, but don't go here and you raising hell about this lady here who just came up. She just got here. I mean, all y'all do is complain about each other. A brother get you told in front of another brother, he think he great. Yeah, I done told that Negro off. That's bull. We ain't gonna never have nothing. I remember when the city was separated, Monroe Heights was all white. It was a wall coming straight down the city. Negroes stuck together, no matter what happened. If the mayor was wrong or the city council, they still stuck together. They didn't come in here and shoot no bullets at them. Oh, he ain't shit. That's what y'all doing. And it don't make you look no better. Just because you can down a man don't make you look like you better than them. And because you know everything, if you did, you wouldn't be there. You'd be in another job.
Thank you.
Joseph Jackson, Cynthia Harrell Vaughn, and Cindy March.
Welcome, Mr. Jackson.
How you doing? Joseph Jackson again. My next question is, how do you navigate places when you're not set up to win? When you have put somebody in front of you, and no matter even if you talk to them from the jump, you can speak to HR 6-7 times, emails everywhere, all through. Check you do your fact checking. I can pull them for you, but how can you speak with HR? The HR is just like the directors at the district. You meet them, you learn them, they find out what the problem is, and then they leave. And then you deal with the same problem 6 or 7 times till somebody actually sticks with what they got to do. My problems has never been followed up with because they're not there long enough to deal with it. They're not. When you put something in place and you put your guys in front of people that don't want you to win because they're in that sandbox, there's a couple of them here tonight. And if you don't believe me, you can check it by the overtime. Check the overtime that's get Gavin out since 2021. Check all that stuff. Unsupervised overtime. But guess what? I can't do my job because if I say something to them, they're gonna call Deidre. They're gonna call Deidre. And she gonna step down on me for trying to do my job and manage a budget or look at things how I need to look at them to do my job. You did that. How can somebody be professional in this organization? You had all kind of talent coming through these doors. I've seen all kind of directors with all kind of knowledge, but they weren't allowed to do their job because they were held back by somebody that was over them. I ain't gonna keep on saying the name. The name is out there. But how can anybody successfully do their job if they tongue get held? Mr. Lowe told me one day, he said, you know, the rumor around town is you stole overtime to build your house in Port St. Lucie. When I got a traveling nurse wife, you know how much they made in 2021? You know how much money my wife made in 2021? But I stole overtime that the water plant had to call me for. The water plant called me for that. And it's my job to respond. But yeah, these rumors or these allegations where you said somebody supposed to be able to respond and defend themselves, where was my chance to respond? These lies have been going on for 3 years. So imagine my career path now. I've been retaliated against this week. Yesterday. Get it together, please.
Thank you for your comments.
Cynthia Harrell Vaughn, Cindy March, and Randall Ferguson.
Again, I'm going to repeat. My son doesn't have to steal. I'm worth more than $1.5 million. And he don't have to steal. And like I told him when they gave him the problem with getting his house financed and it cost $300 more, I got his back.
And if that means I need to sell everything I got to keep him above board, I'm going to do that. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to hire a labor attorney and let them defend my son. Think about it. If it was your child who has been given his heart and soul to the city of Riviera Beach, and he's not trying to patch nothing. He goes out and he diagnoses what's going on with those pump stations and wells and all of that stuff. And don't patch it. He wants to fix it, because in an interview, if you got it recorded, when he applied for chief water sewer mechanic, I think it was, he said he's not here to patch anything. If he's confronted with the issue about maintaining anything in the city that he's responsible for, he wants to find out what's wrong. He wants to fix it. And if you have to go back out there again, it won't be for the same problem. Now, fair is fair. And I'm tired of my son having to run to the doctor's office because his high blood pressure, he got high blood pressure now, when he didn't have that. The quarterback, the one who told my son, oh, they can come to me anytime they want to. They don't have to use the chain of command because I'm the quarterback. I'm the quarterback. With no kind of no certifications or nothing else. You take my son and his crew over to Singer Island for lunch. And when they sit down, how you feel about Joe? What? Something needs to be done. Put your own child and put yourself in that position. And how would you like to come in and be confronted with that? They had a work order, order done, and he has the proof, where they were going to name him superintendent. Deidre came along. Deidre came along. He earned that. He's not asking for nobody to give him anything. He's just like his mother. When I started my career with the Board of County Commissioners, I worked under several people. I worked directly as an aide assistant when the secretary to one of the county administrators was absent. They'd call me because of my work ethic.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
It matters.
Cindy March, Randall Ferguson, John Miller, and Lataj Brinson.
Welcome, Ms. March.
But anyway, I must say, Doug Lawson, you did something right tonight, and I greatly appreciate it. You didn't do it for a personal vendetta. You did what was right. When I need to call you out, when I need to tag you on Facebook because you're the chair, it's a reason why. I want to see a change. I can sit around the table, but I don't want to sit around nobody that's not honest with themselves and not loyal to our residents, where we go knock on the door and we ask and we introduce the residents for your vote. Glenn Spiritus, you ain't got nothing to worry about. That one vote ain't gonna make a difference with 50 plus 1. Long as God give me breath and you do the right thing for us, not just the west side, because it's one city. We working for one city. So that little threat he gave you, I can promise you, I'm gonna walk the heels off of you in Felder. You can believe that there. Because Shama, you ain't got nothing to lose because you're not up for election no more. But you ran on clean water. It's sad that Trogic had to cross-examine you. And this HR director, much respect to you, baby, but you're in the wrong city. The wrong city. You see how they cross-examine you real quick? Now, Mayor, I'm going to ask for this because right now, them yellow folders, that's public records. We want to know what's in them folders. We want to know, did she communicate with the manager while he was out on suspension? Because if so, he need to be suspended a little while longer until y'all decide to fire him. Enough is enough. I done worked too hard for over 30 years asking people to vote for you all. I just look like this. I can build parts for the war. I build parts for the Desert Storm. I know how to do the space shuttle. I know how to do the blueprint. I can do that 19,000 job y'all got. Power will get you in trouble every time when you're self-greed. When you're self-greedy, don't care about nobody. I don't care if you, I tell my nieces, if you be a burger rapper, you be that best burger rapper, because you don't know where that job gonna take you one day. You might own a franchise, but treat people and give people what you want. Enough is enough. Okay, you got to 2 or 3 fire stations. Let's get us some clean water in here. Let's get this morale bike high, where we want to come and get employment here. That little cross-examination y'all did her, y'all should have did that to Evans. When that director was there, Evans should have been in that seat. Because if Evans was in that seat in Kashama, we'll get enough votes, we'll get enough names on the petition to call Kashama for lying about the water cleaning. And Lanier, public records, failed 2 drug tests. So how can she question your integrity? We all got skeletons in our closet. I ran Rosemary, lost my mind. Didn't know left from right. But look where God brought me. God saw my heart. When your heart right, the devil can't do you no harm.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Good job.
Randall Ferguson, John Miller, Lataj Brenton.
Because I have a lot to say. Okay, my name is Randall Ferguson. I'm from the city of West Palm Beach, Florida. I'm from Pleasant City. I grew up in the hood. I'm the first to graduate in my family. I have a bachelor's degree in elementary education.
Mr. Randall, address the board, Mr. Randall.
My mouth is big. I'm a former preacher, a Baptist preacher. I'm not here. My objective is personal. I have no links to anybody here.
Randall, stop. You have to address the board, and you have to speak into the microphone. because it's being transcribed.
Excuse me.
Okay.
None of what he said is being captured
Okay, then I'll
by
start.
people who are
To
not
that
are
point,
listening at home.
I agree, Councilman.
Okay,
Thank
I'll
you.
start over.
So, Mr. Randall,
I'll start over.
we're trying to make sure we keep the record, purify the record, and we can
Okay.
have it documented. So please, if you can
But
speak
can I
into
get
the
my 3
microphone.
minutes then, like, since we stopped and nobody can hear anything?
I'm sorry?
I'm at 2:41. Can we reset the clock back to 3 minutes since it was never put on record? And
I definitely understand, but you started off with screaming from over there. So, Mr. Randall, if you can, please go ahead with your comments.
okay, since I have 2 minutes and 41 seconds left, again, my allegiance is to no one. I'm not here to put anybody down. All I have to say is you all need to be grateful when you hear what I have to say. There's only one other person here that was able to witness that personally, and that young lady that just came in sitting out there. Okay, this is my first time living here in Riviera Beach. For the past year and a half, I'm a 56-year-old proud single father. I raised a 6, 5, 4, 3 on 1 all by myself until DCF came and unlawfully took my children. I reached out to the community. No one there's there to help. So I've been taking on for a year and a half, DCF and the corrupt attorneys and the system by myself. Through the grace of Jesus, yes, they've been getting their butt kicked all over the place by me. I cannot take that credit. However, I do not have another voice. And in my fight that I'm fighting right now with DCF, it brought me out here to S Avenue, where I'm on Section A, which I needed to obtain housing real quick to get my children. Unfortunately, and here's something that's gonna shock to you. I should have came to you the first time. I finally meet Ms. Jacobs for the first time. Ferguson Randall Law at gmail.com. That's me. The one who now they're hearing for the first time. You heard this before. I complained to this lady about how I'm asking for the fire. I want him fired. Mr. Marcus Allen, who of the city of Riviera Beach Code Enforcement. He lied to the slumlord. For the past 5 months, I've been dipping boo-boo out my. For the past 5 months, the city of Riviera Beach have deemed this building unsafe. I've been evicted unlawfully because of Marcus Allen and the city of code violation. So here's something that you all can get together and work on if it brings y'all together. Because I'm that dude. Yes, don't let them fool you. I'm that dude when they say you can sue the city of West Palm Beach by myself. I did twice and won because I was falsely arrested. This guy provided a false lie to me, provided this lady with documentation, and now I got evicted unlawfully. All my documents there. I'm in court. I'm in federal court. I'm fighting the city. I'm fighting the judge and suing her as well. Okay, because of you all, I should have came to you the first time. I should have came to you. Because y'all talk about the employees. Look what the employees doing. I'm sorry, Ms. Lanier. I'm evicted now. I appreciate your nurse to help me. I never heard from the lady. I never heard from the city director. I never heard from the housing director. The discrimination I get down there about a Hispanic lady because I'm a black man. Okay, because I'm a black man. I'm evicted. Y'all go home to your house. I go home to a van. I have no place to lay my head. Okay, so be thankful for all your problems, but be mindful. I'm that dude. I'm that dude, and guess what? I
Thank you
don't
for your
play.
comments.
I don't play.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
John Miller, Lataj Brinson, Chief Jaguar Isaac Hayes, and Michael Jordan.
You said
John Miller,
I think he's left next.
Lataj Brinson.
Lataj.
That will be followed by Chief Jaguar Isaac Hayes and Michael Jordan.
Welcome, sir.
Hello, yes, my name is Lataj Brinson, and I just noticed that this whole report is like put more of a black cloud over the city because I thought the main issue that we had was trying to get the water taken care of, and it's like we've veered off of that path into this whole report thing, and I don't see where it's really benefiting that because like Evan's been suspended, but since Lowe's been going, he's been to the water plant and he's been doing his job. He's got the ball rolling. There's a lot of stuff that's been going on that needed to be happening months ago. Miss Jacobs is there. I know that she's doing a lot of stuff that needs to be done right. I mean, we had an issue where we lost power at the plant and we were on the generator. Miss Jacobs was there the whole time until the situation was totally taken care of. So I mean, I'm just looking at, from the outside looking at with all these issues that's going on. I don't understand that because I thought that the water was the main goal and what we supposed to be striving to get correct. And that's like not the topic anymore. The topic is just this whole report. And I mean, it's going to be you have employees that's upset about something all over the place, and that's just not here. You're never gonna have a city that's full of perfect employees, perfect bosses, and whatever. Everybody's gonna have an issue about something. I've had little issues with my boss, but it is what it is. I'm here to do a job, and that's what I'm here to do every day. So just the stuff that's going on, I just really don't understand it because I see from especially since Lowe been going because I see he was the focal point of the problem with this water. Evans been here doing what he's supposed to do. We've got U.S. Water here. They're taking care of the problems. They're getting problems taken care of just like that. It's not no long process that we got to go through to get stuff taken care of. I mean, we had softening issues, everything. We supposed to have these lime slakers going up about 2.5 years ago. Lowe didn't want that. But now since he's gone, that's what we've been getting, be moving forward with getting that stuff going. And the water plant is on the up and up now. So I thought, like I said, I thought that was the goal that everybody was looking for. I thought that's what everybody was trying to get taken care of first. The issues and whatnot in the report, that's going to happen. That's going to happen with people, just grown-up employees and whatnot. But why not get the water taken care of first? That's the main thing. Once we get that out the way, then other situations I feel should be taken care of. And like I say, with Evans going, I don't know what's supposed to happen now. I don't know exactly who's going to report, who U.S. Water supposed to report to or what, because he was the one leading this whole thing. I mean, from the consent orders to everything. So I don't understand what's going on anymore. But from what I've been seeing lately, it's been a lot. Oh shit! Okay, a lot of progress going on with it.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Chief Jaguar Isaac Hayes, Michael Jordan, Margaret Shepherd, and Chandra Stringer.
Good evening, Chief Jaguar. And this to the witch in the room, your reign over with, right? And your spell is broken. I commend the mayor for doing the right thing and suspending the city manager. However, I feel he should be permanently terminated and permanently barred from the entering the city ever again. I can't even read my own stuff right now. But I believe a federal investigation needs to be launched against Jonathan Evans for conspiring along with others, co-conspirators, whom knowingly and unknowingly tried to kill us by poisoning our water supply with shit, which is a serious crime and offense that can't be taken lightly. In other communities, they would have demanded for his resignation, and so shall we. And my question to Jonathan Evans, who sent you? He should be investigated for participating in gentrifying the city and and Refacing Riviera Beach campaign and the co-conspirators, which the name in itself reveals the agenda, changing black faces with other faces. As we can see what's happening in our community with the mass influx of immigrants and them moving into our homes, right? And then he should be investigated in his part in making this city a secret sanctuary city for migrants, which shows in his hiring practices. With the overwhelming majority of contractors, skilled and non-skilled workers that's being hired and of Spanish-speaking descent. He also have failed to produce viable solutions for the growing homeless crisis in this community. And it is alleged that an estimate 1.7 million came into the city from the state to help provide for homeless. Hey, something going on, but that's my thing right now. I can't even read this here because the little witch doing her magic right now.
Thank you for your comments.
Michael Jordan, Margaret Shepherd, Chandra Stringer, and Lady Goldwire.
First of all, I would like to say hello to the council, hoping that everybody, is well. First of all, I know that this is a long night. Sometimes I think you stay on one subject too long, going backwards and forth. If a motion is on the floor to vote, just go ahead and vote. Like I said, Mr. Evans already been suspended. Ain't nothing we could do about that right now. Second thing is, it's poor management in the city. We can see it. It's poor management, and hopefully you're working on that. And one thing I do know, anytime correction comes and we in the middle of our mess, we get very uncomfortable, we get an attitude, we get angry, and we get aggressive. Only thing that truth comes to do is to correct us when we're wrong. So like I'm saying to you again, Mayor, if you know you have done your job, you don't have to keep explaining yourself. You clearly showed what the charter said. You followed the charter. And my recommendation to you is to follow black and white because that's what's right. Never mind what nobody else have to say. That don't matter. They're not doing your job. You do your job. And like I said, together everyone achieves more. That's what team stands for. But you have to get in here and you have to make sure, number one, that the water has to be corrected. Number two, how you expect the employee to do an excellent job when they're being looked over, the morale is low, they're being bullied with people with authority. I'm not calling no names, I'm just saying from basically what's going on and what's being told. That's a very hostile work environment. And it's a wonder y'all ain't got 150 lawsuits coming at you right now. Because I know one thing about me, certain things are intolerable and we have to be respectful to everybody. I won't want to cause you any havoc when you're doing your job, and I wouldn't want to do that with anybody else. It's automatically, we can see that this young man is very, very frustrated. And I'm quite sure others are too. So I'm hoping in going forward with the way you all agreed upon to do things tonight, that you will go forward to make this city a better place to work. People won't be on pins and needles, and when they come to work, they'll feel good about coming to work to do their job. Because like I'm saying, it's very hard to work in an environment like that. Management has to be checked. And if management ain't doing what they supposed to do, then management shouldn't be here. I'm just saying, even if I don't do my job, I should be gone too. I'm no different from anybody else. So like I say, I know you have a hard task before you, but what I'm saying, don't make the task any harder by ignoring what needs to be fixed. So like I say to you all, rest easy, have a good night, and do what's right.
Margaret Shepherd, Chandra Stringer, Lady Goldwire, and Rochelle Hughes.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. Once again, Mr. Mayor, I think you did an excellent job. And I can see that you research everything you've done by the book. And, it comes to me that this is why we're in so much trouble. A lot of people don't know why I went off the last time. I want you to be clear on one thing. People are doing a lot of things behind the scenes. And what it is, they talk about the sandbox. Well, I'm not in the sandbox. But the one thing I do is I will not tolerate be put into a bag where somebody think I'm supposed to vote for them, I'm supposed to listen to him, or whatever. I've been on the board almost 17 years, way before Kashama was even here. And it's just humiliating that you try to throw me into the box. You dug that ditch, and your man, he jumped in there with no pay. I commend this board for doing what you've done. And it comes a time we have to stop. And you know, Miss Lanier, you sound really ignorant. When they fired you from the county, you sat there and you said that Tanya Davis Johnson, who's a remarkable Black woman, made this insertion to fire you or whatever. Well, Tanya Davis Johnson, if you all know, she is really an elite young lady. Why would she take her good graces to get you fired? You got fired because you came in there late. You got fired because you didn't do your job with the county, because you were the chair. I'm really tired of it. I thank you, Mr. McCoy, because Sean was sitting there, she reading from the charter. She's so ignorant. He said, you're reading from the ordinance. She was really stupid. I've never seen a stupid woman like her. And here I'm thinking this lady was
Ms. Shepherd,
Wait a minute,
you
come on
can't-
now, Mr.
yeah,
Chair.
Ms.
Let me
Shepherd.
tell no.
Ms.
Come on,
Shepherd.
No. Everybody up here did
We
some
do have-
cussing.
we-
Now you
I'm
know,
not
so
gonna
We do
go
have-
wait
there,
a minute.
lover
You
lady.
Well,
brand me.
hold on.
You
Pause
brand
her,
me.
pause her time.
You brand me.
You do
So
have,
let me finish with you. And you better not ever do it again, because I'll take you to a whole new level. You don't know what you did. They were sitting there back me praying. Don't say nothing. Don't say. That's the only reason why I didn't say anything. I would never support
Do
you.
not threaten me,
as
lady.
the- I'm not threatening
Don't
you.
threaten me.
Don't put words in
Do
my mouth.
not play with me,
Don't
okay?
you put words in my mouth.
Don't play with me.
And don't play with me. Because when I get through with you, going to pray to God you never touch me and said anything about me. I have children up in Port St. Lucie laughing and rolling all over with what you've done. So I would tell the council and the people, we need to get rid of these people. These people need to go, because it's just pathetic that we're going through this. The city manager did not do his job. If these employees, they're coming to me talking, and you all should be ashamed of yourself that these people are suffering. One lady, she cried so hard, and she said, Ms. Shepherd, I don't know what they did. They cleaned out my office, they shredded my documents, they took my keys, they locked me out. If you all hear these incredible stories, and it's behind the scene, I am not going to be a part of behind the scene. I don't threaten nobody. I don't put my hands on nobody. But the one thing I know, I got a voice. I got a voice, and you try to take away. And Mr. McCoy said one thing. This is the United States of America. My First Amendment, I can say anything as long as I don't put my hands on that. And I want to make sure your ignorancy has caused your boy to be in the hole. Thank you.
The next speaker is Chandra Stringer, Lady Goldwire, Rochelle Hughes, and Doretta Paul.
Good evening, Chandra Stringer, to the Honorable Mayor, to City Manager Evans in his absence, Attorney Nguyen, and the Council at Large and Chair Lawson. I have so much to say, but I know my time is very short. I'm going to say this, and it really just boggles my mind, as Councilman McCoy said, you guys do double standard kind of talking. I'm not in the business of disrespecting anybody, putting anybody down, but if you need to go back and watch the different meetings and things like that, because what you grade one person on, you don't grade the other on. The reason why I did not comment on the actual item, because anytime anybody say anything against Mr. Evans, you guys, not you guys, but a lot of people want to make it personal. We're talking about his behavior. We're talking about accountability. We're talking about lives. And Mayor Felder, thank you for bringing the thing to bear in regards to 600 employees, 37,000 residents, plus the visitors, plus the businesses. There is a lot at stake. And because he was disciplined, it may not have been the right way, because I don't know if I agree with the way that it was done, but it needed to be done, because you got this young man here. I take BCs every Thursday morning after I leave these meetings or after I watch them online.
Because it is heart-wrenching when you have a passion for the people and you got people coming in, going home, sleeping at night, and don't give a rat's behind about the citizens. It's a problem. And then to actually have the audacity to act like Attorney Wynn don't know what the charter is and repeatedly get up here and belittle her and act like she didn't earn her degree. Y'all need to stop the foolish. This is 2024, and I'm going to say it like they've been saying. We ain't going back. We're going to keep fighting. You try to literally politically oppress us so we can stop coming, stop speaking up for the residents, and we're going to do. And by the way, we have a meeting tomorrow night at St. James at 6 o'clock. If you want to join our coalition that we're going to formally structure, meet us at whatever, look it up. While I text you the flyer. And we're not doing it in secret. We're doing it openly because we're tired. We're tired. And since they don't care about us, we got to care about us. Enough is enough. I don't like confrontation. I don't like foolishness. I don't like chaos. But this has to stop. It ain't about no political office. And let me say this with my last 23 seconds. I'm not running for office right now. So it's not even about that. It's about that I have a voice. I'm going to be an advocate, and I'm going to hold everybody on that desk accountable. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Lady Goldwire, Rochelle Hughes, Doretta Paulk, and Amelia Brown.
Lady Goldwire, my comments are succinct because I can feel what this young man is going through. You felt it there. It completely changed the entire trajectory of what I wanted to talk about the first time. Everybody tired. Y'all aggravated. A lot of y'all don't want to be up there. At least you look like you don't want to be up there, but y'all go out to the ballot box and ask people to vote for you. You got one not even paying attention, don't care what's going on. You know, I commend you as a wife. I commend you for coming in here and sitting next to him and keeping him at bay. And mama, I know what it is to do everything you can to try to keep your son, somebody that's got your belly string, had your belly string, to keep them where they need to be, because you know from 0 to 60 look real different. I commend you because I know it's hard to sit on that front row and look that lady in the face. But I watched you to see if you broke stare. I watched you to see it because that's where the truth at. When you talking to them, they got to look away. But when you looking at them and you stand them down and you telling them you hurt me, you got people back here that don't even know what it is to try to put two pieces of bread together. Doug, you run a campaign outside of the city centered on mental health. You've been focused, laser focused on the health of Black men. You have an inventory of injured Black men here who work under the indoctrination of women, and I'm not taking anything from it because I work in a male-dominated industry. But when you have a job that you come to every day and you have a female abusing their power and they use their female energy to emasculate, to take you off of your trajectory, to remind you of your place, it does something on your psyche. And I ain't saying that we all got to be in favor of one person or the other, but you cannot champion and North Star an initiative like that and don't take consideration for the injury being caused day in and day out, because he still got to come to work if they don't fire him. And when they do, he still got to figure out how to pay for that house in Port St. Lucie. You're not worried about $64,000, Lanier. Y'all was willing to spend $1 million to keep me from getting 60 with a straight face. But y'all did it. 214 votes. So 241 was the only thing that kept us from change. Don't do it no more.
The next speaker is Rochelle Hughes, Doretta Paulk. Rochelle Hughes, Doretta Paulk. followed by Amelia Brown and Erica Davis. Sheila, and that's,
Good evening. My name is Doretta Park, and this meeting was very, very contentious. And Mayor, I just want to tell you that when people come up here, you said that they think this is a hoax. Nobody thinks that at all. This is very serious and troubling situation that we have in front of us. Now, I hope that, as the HR director said concerning investigation, I hope that you all do have the attorney, if you're going to get another attorney, and hear also the side of Mr. Evans and Deirdre Jacobs and Mr. Brody and all the other employees that has been accused of whatever this report says. It's like people say, it's two sides to every story. And let's all just do it right, because she said this is how it should be done. So before, hopefully, that you all will not be voting after this, continuing this suspension, let's get Mr. Evans in here and let him both, Deirdre Jacobs and Mr. Evans, tell their whatever concerning all these allegations and all the allegations against Mr. Brody and other members. Because you know what? Really, this could happen to anybody. I just sat back. This could happen to any employee in this city. Any employee. You know? So let's just try to come together, get this solved, and get it solved properly. The diplomatic way to get it solved. And as someone said, I don't know where the other $25,000 came for the attorney, and which ended up totaling $64,000. It was Mr. McCoy, Councilman McCoy said, I just want to say that I would like to give her another $25,000. I was sitting right here. I'm a taxpayer. And a lot of other seniors are taxpayers. That's our money that was given to her. And she only wanted $25,000. So I just say that I think the attorney needs to come and tell her truth, whatever it is. Because when you got 3 other people who said that they didn't say certain things on this report and they want to clear their name, that's problematic. And there'll probably be some lawsuits. I thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
The next speaker is Amelia Brown, Erica Davis, Lee Innocenti, and JB Dixon.
Good afternoon. My name is Emilio Brown. A little bit about me. I'm a previous worker at Boynton Beach. I was referred here by Mr. Lowe. He also was an employee at Boynton Beach. I don't know how this came up about me being with Ms. Jacobs, or she's the one that helped me get a job, or she gave me promotions. Last year, I received Employee of the Month throughout the whole city. No, that was 2023. 2024, Mr. Doyle and Mr. Lowe wrote a Employer of the Year for Utility District. I received that from them. I don't understand why this has come up over like an electrician being over sewer. I have my license. I have my credentials. So this report is caused divide between employees. And we're trying to run a district right now without a director, assistant director. We don't have a city manager now. US Water is trying their best right now, but they need directive also. No one knows who to go to get things done. I have information on reports that was never sent in because I was told by directors not to report things. And I'm pretty sure the DOH is gonna want that information. And I can prove it, I have it. I have in emails. So anything, I just feel like a lot of these things was just emotional inside the report. I can give you actual facts. I can print out documents, and I can give you all the information you guys need. And I really do want to be able to get the report reopened for people to talk about their side and be able to defend themselves. As far as Ms. Jacobs and Mr. Evans, I've never seen any type of malicious towards other employees. I've only been here for 3 years. And Mr. Lowe gave me the position. I have emails the day Mr. Lowe gave me the position for collections. So I can provide that also. You know, Mr. Evans was taken out of the district at a very crucial time when we was trying to get this water fixed. And this is my first time up here trying to explain stuff, but I would like to know if you guys make a motion and you guys can question me on certain things that you guys are asking Mr. Lowe, and I can answer these things.
Your comment, sir.
Mr. Chair, okay,
Mayor.
before he leaves, Emilio, just right quick. You made a statement that somebody from UD was telling you not to turn stuff in?
Yes.
Okay, so they told you, who did you tell?
I told Ms. Jacobs.
You told Ms. Jacobs?
Yeah, and then she got it corrected.
What was done?
We had reported it. It was a spill on the beach.
And somebody told you not to report it?
Ms. Lowe.
Okay. You met with the IOG yet?
Huh?
You met with the IOG?
I haven't.
OIG?
No.
You haven't? They haven't? Okay.
No one's called me.
No one's called you? Okay.
Thank you for coming, sir.
The next speaker is Erica Davis, Lee Innocenti, JB Dixon, and Alicia Franks.
Erica Davis, Riviera Beach. I haven't been here in a while because this is why. Let's bring some logic and professionalism into this equation. First of all, I commend the mayor for putting forth the effort when the employees told him about these complaints that he took it to Mr. Evans. That's what he's supposed to do. And if he did take it to Mr. Evans and Mr. Evans didn't respond to it several times, then that's a problem. I have had personal conversations, and I love Mr. Evans. I love Miss Jacobs. But when it comes to business, business is business to me. I have no feelings for no one. It's about professionalism and protocol. And if you can't follow your protocols and policies, and everything is always convoluted, then that's a problem. I have often told Mr. Evans, you are the captain of this ship. And when everything falls apart, it's gonna fall on you. Now that's just the way it works. And that's the way it works with all of you. And it's like year after year, day after day, no matter who we put in this office, it's always the same. It is always drama and unprofessionalism and shame. It really is. And it's not what you do, it's how you do it. City business, as far as employees, administrative, it should be behind the scenes and stay behind the scenes. Everybody should be doing their job. Mr. Evans, I asked him, I said, are you going to have weekly meetings and updates with your directors or your employees? If they have any concerns, you discuss them behind the scenes. We shouldn't even have to go get an investigation and spend taxpayer money. We don't have any money. We have bonds that we have to pay for. We're not even bringing in revenue. That's what you should be talking about. Not all of this drama behind the scenes. Administrative stuff should stay back there, not in the news. That's professionalism. That's how you run a business. This is nigger shit. And I'm sick of this nigger shit. We have developers and people out here laughing at us saying, oh yeah, them black folks in there, yeah, we come in here and take this city. We're going to buy it up and we're going to run their black asses out of here. So that's what you better be worried about. We need money. We standing on a $350 million project that would bring us revenue if you knew how to do it right. I can design this. I can design and develop this city with my eyes closed.
Thank you for your comments.
I'm not done, but I will be back the next week.
The next speaker is Lee Innocenti. Lee Innocenti. JB Dixon. Alicia Franks. Jennifer Brashear. Okay. She's not here.
JB Dixon from Riviera Beach on Singer Island. I heard the remarks that you were not here to discuss the legality of the investigation or the report, but I would like to discuss the legality of both of those things. So I have talked to an attorney that maybe the rest of you might like to talk to, but I would really like to hear Attorney Wynn's response to some of the things that he said. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. I'm just quoting. And he says, it seems the mayor's investigation itself is a violation of City Charter Section 5B, which prohibits interference by the mayor and city council on personnel matters. It says, and I quote, interference with administration, except for the purpose of inquiries and investigations made in good faith, the mayor, council, or its members shall blah, 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 blah. The key words there are good faith, which I have been told is contradicted by a number of people, and they are gathering those facts to present to you. The second violation appears to be the efforts made by City Council to appoint an acting city manager during Mr. Evans' 2-week suspension. This is prohibited under Article 2, Section 20 of the City Charter, which states, and I quote, the City Council shall appoint the city manager for an indefinite term and may remove him by a majority vote of the members. Additionally, and I quote, in the event of a vacancy of the city manager's position, a temporary appointment shall be made not to exceed 120 days, after which time a city manager shall be appointed. The key word there is vacancy, because the position of city manager was not vacant. Mr. Evans was still the city manager. He was simply suspended, and only for 10 days, working days. Appointing a temporary manager would effectively fire Mr. Evans without the actions required by the process outlined in the charter. That process requires the council to formally vote by a majority of its members in a public meeting to terminate him. The council did not do that, so the position was not vacant. If the council had been successful, this would have constituted an attempt to remove him from office without lawful grounds. In addition, the city manager had already designated a person to assume his duties temporarily in case of his absence. That person was the assistant city manager, Ms. Deirdre Jacobs. In any absence of a manager, his or her duties automatically fall to the assistant manager, who has the day-to-day knowledge and experience
Thank you for your comments.
to ensure continuity
Dixon,
in
thank you for your
city
comments.
government until his return. You've let a lot of other people down.
Comments, Ms. Dixon.
The next speaker is Alicia Franks, followed by Jennifer Brashear.
Franks?
Alicia Franks.
I believe she's left. Next.
Jennifer Brashear.
Ms. Bashir. Next.
Madeline Mills.
Ms. Mills.
Malcolm Summons.
Ms. Summons.
Mary Bram.
So, Chair, while they're coming,
Councilman, go ahead.
I don't believe we're gonna have anybody addressing public comments from administration, are we?
No.
Good, because some things, you can't even dignify some of the stuff that is said, so I just want to make sure, because it's almost 10 o'clock.
Agreed. And I believe that we should, while we're having this moment, to just motion to extend.
So move.
Motion been made and probably seconded. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lanier.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy.
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson.
No.
Councilperson Spiritus. Chair Lawson.
Yes.
The item is approved with Councilperson Miller Anderson dissenting.
Welcome, sir. Ms. Summons. Go ahead, sir.
Malcolm Summons, Riviera Beach. As many are aware, the mayor conducted a long overdue investigation on the mistreatment of employees. Many say that they are just allegations from disgruntled employees. Others say that they are just lies. Well, I'm here to say not only is 33 plus employees not lying, I was one that endured the dreadful, dogmatic, vile, and insensitive, cruel, and nasty, and I can go on about the mistreatment and that was orchestrated by none other than Miss Deidre Jacobs. She stopped me from promotions I deserved. She assigned Mr. Cedric Clark, who is now the operations manager of Public Works, that is not qualified, by the way, over me on several occasions to be the acting Public Works director with no experience or degree. In fact, I have both. A lot of employees were wrongly fired, mistreated, and even forced to seek employment elsewhere due to cruel intentions of Ms. Deidre Jacobs and Mr. Cedric Clark. Ms. Jacobs is not only incompetent in her duties, but also grossly negligent in her poor leadership. For a moment, imagine and I'm quite sure many of you have either experienced or had somebody in their family that was battered or in a bad relationship, and you wonder why they never got out. And you probably had conversations, why you just won't leave him? Leave him. But they continue to stay there and get battered and beaten because they're afraid. They're afraid. I'm a former employee now, so I can say whatever in the hell I want to say. Okay? They were beaten. I was beaten. Joe Jackson, he ain't lying. He ain't lying. You treated him crappy. You dogged him out. When in fact, at one point, he was on your team, rooting you on, as well as me. So I asked the council to, yes, please. I understand that, how you guys feel about going through and we got to do this and we got to do, now we want to do things formal. But when I went to HR previously, I don't know why y'all don't have that one, but there are allegations in HR. You just got to dig for them and look for them, but you got to give a damn though, because it's there. It's there. And it's a damn shame how the employees have been treated and still being treated.
Thank you for comments.
I'll be back.
Mary Bram, followed by Derek Burns, Genesis Jackson, and Dolores Williams.
Welcome, Ms. Brown.
Thank you. It's Mary Brown, Riviera Beach. Let me just say happy Rosh Hashanah to my family, my in-laws, my associates, and everyone with this peaceful
this peaceful holiday. And may we all find some peace and some commonality in whatever we are pursuing. Let me just say to the employees, confession of the heart is good for the soul. It is not where we have been, but it's where we intend to go. This was in you. So whatever was there, you came and you spoke it. It is up to we as residents, it is up to we as leaders to address these concerns, to see can we find some common ground, because I'm a firm believer that it is some common ground here that we can find. And I'm going to put on the record here, Miss Deidre Jacob is sitting right over there. I do not call Miss Jacob unless it is urgent. It's urgent. Am I lying? I do not eat with Miss Jacob. Am I lying? Same way with Mr. Evans. You all may think that Miss Evans do this, Miss Bram does that. But see, Miss Bram has to be fair. So whenever these things may come up, Miss Bram always look for some lining where we all can reach where we need to get at. It is so much to be done in this city here that is disgraceful. Mayor, you said 2 weeks ago that the 49%, as long as you had the 49%, let me tell you something here. We are that 52%. So you need us. You will not move here. Miss Ernestine and all them other Harriet Tubmans and Rosa Parks, look at you're looking at us. You will never know all of us because this is how we move. This is how we move. It is so much projects, infrastructure, our water. Let's move this city forward here. It can be moved if you all would come to some consensus. And that's leadership. That's guidance. That's standing firm on what is important. It is 5 of you all up there. Any water initiative ballot could have been put on the ballot box by either one of them could have ever initiated that. The manager cannot move in any city without being governed by a board. Ms. Bram does not come here to lead you all. Ms. Bram comes here to encourage you all. We can work to get to where we need to get at.
If it comes, ma'am.
Thank you. And breast cancer month is this month too.
The next speaker is Derek Burns, followed by Genesis Jackson and Dolores Williams.
I'm sorry, who was it?
Derek Burns.
Mr. Burns?
After that is Genesis Jackson and Dolores Williams.
Derek Burns, River Beach, Florida. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. We need a difference in the city of River Beach. Joe, I'm sorry to hear about what you've been going through, my brother, but I want to speak on the terms as an employee. I worked for the city of River Beach for 10 years, not employed by the city, but as a vendor. And I was harassed because I was given a $54,000 contract that I was questioned because they were only giving me like $15,000 a year off a $54,000 contract. So I began to knock on doors and ask questions. Procurement threatened me, called me upstairs and threatened me and told me if I continue to knock on doors and ask questions, that they would get rid of me. That didn't stop me because, you know, I know the God that I serve, that he would never fail. So for every one of those that threatened me, if I spoke, I told them that vengeance didn't belong to me, but that vengeance belonged to the Lord. And guess what? Every one of them don't have a job in procurement no more. They were either fired or they either resigned. See, you can't touch God's people. You can't play with them. I come with you in truth. But certain things that we're doing to protect Jonathan, we got to stop. Because people are getting sick, people are dying, and we got to do something about the water. We're spending millions and millions of dollars to clean walls, and we got U.S. Water We want to hear a report from this guy that was here a couple of weeks ago, tell us about all the things going on with the stacks, the engines. We still have not yet heard anything concerning their as far as improvements. So we want to know, where are we with the water right now? We know the pH level was off, we know the coloration was off, and they was working on those things as the spokesman spoke a couple of weeks ago, but yet we don't know where we at with the water. And so I'm just asking the city council, let's put Jonathan to the side. I don't think he needs to come back tomorrow. I really don't. I got a lot of stuff here based on the water that I want to bring to the city council. Why he don't needs to come back. So you will not be seeing the enemy, because I have been in touch and going to the meetings with the water district. That's why I met Joe at. He was showing me about the new infrastructure that we don't never talk about here, because everybody's focused on water. But I want y'all to know you can't get water until you get infrastructure. And that's going to cost a lot of money on a tight spell. Thank you.
The next speaker is Genesis Jackson, Dolores Williams, Anita Jenkins.
Good evening. I'm here to support my husband, Joseph Jackson. I know the city has a lot going on and they want this done and that done, but how can you do all these things if your employees are not happy? The correction always starts from the head in any organization. So if your leaders are not leading fairly, the city is not going to move into the right direction, no matter how you want to put it. And I know that it's said that, oh, this person is not capable of running this position as far as who is going to be in the position of the city manager. But you guys been doing this for a long time. You put people in places that they're not supposed to be in. They don't have neither the experience in this, or they have no knowledge whatsoever. So I guess it works for some, and then for some it doesn't work. My husband, he works with a spirit of excellence. Okay, and I'm not just saying that because he's my husband. He puts his work before a lot of things in his life, and he does that with a spirit of excellence. So he is qualified for the job that you guys gave Emilio. He's qualified, and he's been doing this for a long time. So you put an electrician over him, still don't understand what that's about. But everything that he's been going through is documented, and it's been brought to HR. So I don't know where these documents are, or who was that HR department in cahoots with. Were they with Miss Deidre too? Did she sabotage the whole situation? Not sure. Also, you have employees up under him going to Miss Deidre, and he doesn't get an opportunity to speak. Miss Deidre and whoever else is in cahoots with her always just go by what they're told and never ask or never give that opportunity that you guys all want for somebody to speak. He doesn't get the opportunity to speak and say what really did happen. That never has happened. I have never heard that. You just act upon what you hear and the speculations and the lies, because they're lies. My husband he moves in the spirit of integrity, something that most of you guys, if not all of you guys that are in this sandbox, don't know nothing about. Don't have no work ethic whatsoever. And you want somebody to come to work every day and deal with this, the mental health, that's sabotaging the work in itself. You don't care about the city. You care about gossip and whatever else is behind that. Because if you care about the work for the city and to move the city forward, you would put the people that are able to do these things. And that's not even half of what I have to say, but that's my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next is Dolores Williams, Anita Jenkins, and Deirdre Jacobs.
Welcome, Ms. Williams.
Doris Williams, to the mayor, the council, to my favorite person up there, Mr. Trotted. Always continue to do what you do. And Mr. Glenn, you know I'm for you. Remember, I told you about them snakes and them dens and lions. And some people, it's like sugar and salt. Until you taste into them, you find out which one it is. Because some of them have the heart of wickedness and evilness with a deceitful way to deceive you. But I'm here to say all what I've heard, and you know one of the main things, I'm gonna bring over sometime when the water, I'll put it up, let it sit there, don't put no bleach in it, let you see how green it turns. But I'm here to say, I cannot kind of remember something about that $25,000. Because when the mayor had the investigation and they said the lady thinks she might need about $25,000 more. Y'all voted on it, they give it to her. I don't know what that big old deal with them. Got so confused about that. But my main thing is up here to say we must give thanks to God for his mercy and his blessing toward us. Because you know what? We wouldn't even be here. We'd be underwater. This city would be destroyed, like over on the West Coast and in Asheville, North Carolina. Why are you arguing so much instead of giving thanks? If someone is not doing their job, you have the investigation. It's not, we make mistakes, but it says the same to say, I think it's for a woman too. When you can't honor up to say, forgive me, and ask for forgiveness, and you try to keep covering it up, you're not no real man or no real woman because you're trying to hide stuff, and you can't hide stuff. Because who see it all? God. Let us please start to come together. That's what the mayor felt like and the board felt like for Mr. Evans. Let it be. Let's go forth on and stop bickering. And I'm gonna say this, I seen sometimes y'all dishonor Mr. Glenn now. I think I know he's an honest, truthful person. Came here to help our city, but was turned down with the same some of the board members plotting, digging holes and pits in which we want to be in this way with this water today. And this water is still a mess. So to go forth, and I wish I could say more that when you first got elected, I used to call y'all a 5 votes. Y'all wouldn't change y'all votes for nothing. But now you're going against one another. Remember that.
Anita Jenkins and Deirdre Jacobs.
Good evening, Council. My name is Anita Jenkins. I'm Director of Neighborhood Services. As a longtime employee of Riviera Beach with decades of experience, credibility, and a stellar reputation, I have been injured, maligned, and I am aggrieved. For decades, I have received literally scores of awards, honors, accolades, and other praise for my work here in our community. These have come from Palm Beach County, from the state of Florida, and even national organizations, not just our own community. My work has brought honor to this city, and in return, people in this very room have brought dishonor to me and my untarnished reputation. How could a so-called investigation be undertaken without a proper process imposed, then released to certain individuals in the press when this alleged report never included information from personnel files, was never shared with me, the target, and without any opportunity for my input or from CRA HR, Human Resources, for responses to this very day. The total lack of due process or regard, according to me and my colleagues, with no follow-up at all suggests malicious intent and intentional harm. Let me say that again, malicious intent and intentional harm. I am highly insulted, surprised, and disgusted that disgruntled employees could be solicited to vent unfettered by truth, fairness, and relevance. I support process, and I do not always agree with him, but I support Jonathan Evans as well.
Mr. Chair, the last speaker is Deirdre Jacobs, and the acceptance of public comment cards is now closed.
Good evening, elected officials in your respective places. City Attorney Nguyen, City Clerk Hall. For the record, my name is Deirdre Jacobs, and I'm the Assistant City Manager here with the City of Riviera Beach. I'm asking that you please not accept the report as it is printed. It is full of gossip, innuendos, lies, and deceit, and it most certainly is incomplete. With regards to the accusations that were made against me with the hiring of Joe Jackson as a superintendent, it's a lie. His director was directly responsible for determining who would take that position. I have emails. I even asked his director if he would consider him. His answer was blatantly no. Also within that report, there are a number of other innuendos and accusations that were made. As far as city administration goes, for myself and Mr. Evans, I can honestly say, if you were to take the time to investigate the lies and the deceit, the material that was included in those reports, if you go through personnel files, you will find that the information was not accurate. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Questions from the board?
Chair.
Discussion? Councilman McCoy, you recognized.
Yeah, wait, so, I'm sorry, let me understand what you're doing. You're about to ask
Close the
us
meeting.
questions and then go into discussions?
No, well, I'm gonna go into closing out this meeting. We don't have any other business of the city.
Well, I do want to kind of point to a couple of things, and I want to make sure I ask Ms. Jacobs if she can come back relative to operations and public works.
Okay.
And I don't see the fire chief here, but, and then I'm going to ask Ms. Nguyen. So, Ms. Jacobs, you called me, I believe it was last either Tuesday or Wednesday, regarding the ensuing, what was then Tropical Depression Helene, regarding trash service will be suspended on Thursday. It may have been Wednesday last week. And I said very clearly, I am vehemently opposed to us suspending trash service, because at that point, and I guess it's the emergency operations team had convened at somewhere around noon and already made the decision that we're not picking up trash. When I'm on constant standby waiting for the school district to determine whether or not they're going to cancel schools, we've already preemptively decided we're not collecting trash on Thursday, which just so happens to be in my district. And that area extends from, well, portions of that area. The large part of it is everything west of FEC railroad tracks had no trash collection whatsoever on that Thursday. And that's a problem, because nobody came back to pick them up later. When I went up and down those streets, all those trash cans were there. I got so many calls. There was a number of people that had stopped me about this very issue. And it was my understanding that they were going to go back and collect it. They did not. That's the first thing. Secondly, in reviewing the agreement, they don't have the ability nor the staff to just unilaterally cancel this without it being a name stormed or us being in a state of emergency. So I'm going to ask that all of those individuals that regularly have Thursday pickups, that their bill, their trash, $22.05 is adjusted for the amount or for the trash collection that was not picked up, because that's not fair. And literally, for folks who I knew contacted me, I had to go and pull their garbage can back in because they had the expectation that it was going to be picked up, and it was entirely full. So can you speak to how and why you guys came up with that decision, and why didn't they go back out and pick up their trash as I was informed they would? Because I can give you a few addresses where it didn't occur.
Chair,
You recognize.
is it okay? Could you come up, Mr. Treviso, to the mic, please?
And then too, you know, we don't, I mean, for Christ's sakes, who made that decision? Was it us or was it good companies?
I believe that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that that decision was made collectively, Mr. McCoy, in an abundance of caution, so that in the event that the storm was to reach us, that we would already be prepared to make sure that the garbage would be or would not be picked up on that particular day.
Before Mr. Treviso, Mr. Chair.
Recognize.
So I polled some other cities and found out about trash collection, and I was surprised to find out that no trash is suspended unless Solid Waste Authority closed down the landfill. So the landfill never got closed down. Other municipalities in and around Riviera Beach, West Palm Beach, including our friends to the north, Lake Park, collected trash. And largely because they use automated trash collectors and not two individuals walking down the street. And believe it or not, I mean, how do you now reconcile the fact that we didn't have a severe rain event and nobody even went back to collect that trash? Like that, I mean, this is the very issue that I've seen up in St. Lucie County when they didn't even have enough staff to handle the trash, and they had to basically call in another trash hauler. So let's talk about that. Can you speak to that, Mr. Travieso?
Chair, if I may.
You recognize.
For the record, Roberto Travieso, Director of Public Works. To the councilperson's questions, the decision to suspend trash services was made collectively upon the recommendations of members of the emergency management team for the city, and also in coordination and following discussions with the good company. The practice, and I am familiar again, having serving this role in the city of Lake Park, in the town of Lake Park, where the service is provided in-house, and also in the city of West Palm Beach. It's not always done that way. The decision to close the Solid Waste Authority facilities is heavily factored in, but municipalities can and often make those decisions that are in the best interest of the city's ability to prepare for and recover from in the aftermath of a storm. So in this case, we had a lot of unknowns, and the rationale that we had is that if we did not suspend service in time, we were going to end up with several toads on the streets that could become flying objects. It could become more of a hazard. So we worked with the communications department to provide notices to residents regarding the suspension of garbage collection service that was scheduled for Thursday, and communicated that that service will be suspended and that it will be completed on the Monday following, which was the regularly scheduled day for that service. Additionally, recycling and bulk trash collection services will be completed in their next regularly scheduled date. I live in the councilperson's district, and I can tell you that that garbage again was collected on Monday, this past Monday, as scheduled. No notification was made to the public that that garbage service will be made up. We said all garbage will be collected on the Monday on its regular schedule, and additionally, recycling and bulk trash collection would occur tomorrow, which is the next regularly scheduled service for that. In these types of situations, like the emergency service or the emergency management team discussed, it's difficult, timely decisions that have to be made. And we felt that the decision that was made was in the best interest of being able to position the city to prepare for a storm, any storm impacts, which at that point, there were a lot of unknowns, and also be able to help us recover had the storm shifted and we suffer more of an impact.
Oh,
You recognize.
so what do we do about, I mean, do we not consider the fact that this is a service that folks pay for every month?
and we got a very vigilant and aggressive collection process. When you don't pay your water bill, they don't even put a note on your door. They just turn it off, and your water bill does contain trash. So I calculated about $2.80 per household. And boy, if you didn't know, District 1 and everything west of Boo Heron is the largest district in the city, probably almost nearly half of the city. So that's a lot of money. And I'm even more startled, right? Because I'm paying for trash service and I don't even get a toter. And that's been over 2 years. So if you're talking about, management, and this is not to you, I filed a request to go before the utility special district challenging the very fact that my utility bill has been incorrect for 2 years. And everybody would sit up here and talk about Jonathan Evans. If you live in a gated community, Sonoma Bay, Sonoma Bay, Marsh Harbor, and the western part of Arbor Park, you're paying on your water bill for trash service that you don't even get a total for. How long does it take an organization to fix that? And you know what? I just came across a mailing that was in one of our utility bills that says, will gated communities be charged extra? And the answer was no. Well, actually, that's exactly the opposite. So, it may not seem like a lot, but think about if you're collecting over $9,000 from each community each month that you're not entitled to. That's a lot of money. Like, what else needs to happen? I put this in writing to you, Ms. Jacobs, the city attorney, the city manager, and to the finance director. Like, how do you fix this? Like, hell, when I get back to my community, I get out of my car, go straight in, because everybody expects me to answer these questions. And I got staff who we think so goddamn highly of, they can't even figure out how to straighten out why you stealing $22 a month from everybody. And then we're paying the same amount on our HOA fees for trash. Like, help me understand this, bro. It's like, we're getting to a point where they talk about how great this is, and I gotta repeat what Scott Lewis said. $115 million that's about to be borrowed on the backs of taxpayers. That's not even including another $360 million in water utility costs. And you're sitting up here nickeling and diming us with property values increasing. If you make $50,000, I'm sorry, you're not gonna be able to live in this city no more. It may not matter to you guys, but I'm telling you, I got folks in here living on Social Security who gets about not even $2,000 a month, and they're trying to make all of it work. So, like, guys, it's like, I really love to be a part of the team. And to my good friend Erica Davis, who I just adore so much, business is business, and I stand on business. Because I don't want to sit here and have to misrepresent something to the people, but to sit here and not collect the trash and then we still be billed for it. You got a late book, they're gonna charge you. If you late returning the book, they're gonna charge you. So I just need us to figure out a better way to do it. And they did come back on Monday, but those cans stayed on the road the whole entire time. And God forbid if you drove through Moral Heights, can you know how, like, that's almost an alley because we don't have much of a driving space, and then we got a sidewalk in the middle of the road. So it's like, come on, like, we really got to figure it out, because I'm on the front line and they literally reach out to us all the time. And I just want us to do better, because I think if we would have been enforcing the provision in our contract, it would not have been a decision that good companies could have been a part of, because they don't even have the automated trash pickup like their contract requires. Instead, they got two people driving behind the truck. If I was one of the two people on the back of the truck, I wouldn't want to be out there in that kind of weather picking it up. But had they been using what the contract requires, then we wouldn't be in this situation. That's all I have on that issue. I got something else, Chair.
Councilman, were we looking to give direction? What was the next step?
I would like to see, well, first of all, it's unjust enrichment is what it is. If you,
no, I definitely understand. But
if you're going to charge someone,
Councilman, we understand we understand your point. What are we looking to do about it moving forward?
I would hope
Mr.
that there's going to
Gervasio,
be an
you were gonna say?
adjustment to those folks' accounts.
Mr. Gervasio, you want to comment, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And to the councilperson's comments, I do want to clarify a couple of things. I know, in fact, that the good company does operate automatic side loaders.
to collect garbage. As a matter of fact, I live in Thousand Oaks, and one goes through in front of my house twice a week. So I know for a fact that they do use it. I do want to also highlight that the rear loaders is actually the most commonly used method of collecting trash in the United States. So it's not uncommon to actually have them. Automatic side loaders are far more efficient, and they present less of a risk for operators, particularly when you do it in-house. So we do prefer them, but again, we can dictate exactly how they collect the service, but they do in fact have automatic side loaders that they use within the city. The decision again was made on Wednesday prior, so and we made it as early as possible. City administration worked with the emergency management team to make sure that we had coordinated and were able to provide notice to the public as early as possible. But some people do set out their cards a little bit early, so we did expect to have a number of cards left, and some of them probably not retrieved, although the PIO did encourage residents to retrieve the cards. But we feel that the decision and the timing of the decision contributed to fewer cards being exposed to a potential storm impact. I just wanted to clarify that. And also, we are committed. The solid waste ordinance has not been reviewed since about 1997. So one of the priorities for Public Works is to work with the various stakeholders to propose revisions that are going to hopefully make the code more effective, more efficient, more fair, and objective. So we'll be looking forward to doing that in this new fiscal year.
Thank you. I'll reclaim my time. Yeah, that's a great point. I brought that up to you in December. That's 10 months ago that you guys were unfairly and without due process charging people for special pickups. When I noticed this a year ago, and when I went to looking at it, I found out in December that this code had not been revisited since the 90s. And in fact, you guys were forcing, and then here's the thing. You can't charge people for special pickups. The fact is, I wish I knew everybody that did, because if you cut somebody's water bill off for a special pickup, that's highly illegal, sir. Because our code doesn't allow the city to impose a fine on somebody just because trash is in front of your house. I've literally got videotapes of people doing illegal dumping. And then now to charge little Miss Danielle Cunningham for some trash that was placed on her sidewalk when God knows the sidewalk ain't her property. I mean, that's just not fair. And then it's like $300 and some odd and it's on your water bill. So what do you do? Like, the practices you guys do without any kind of board authorization is unconscionable and number one, illegal. And it shouldn't happen. I want to move on to something else because, you know, people make more excuses than.
Councilman, we're I don't believe we got to commissioner comments yet. You were what we're doing right now.
I thought, well, since she was here, I figured that's where we were.
No, since we're going to close out the meeting, we're going to go through it. So we'll get to it so you can get to your comments and include it. So
Okay.
Ms. Jacobs, he does have a few comments for you. So if you could just stay with us.
Sure.
Attorney Nguyen, any comments from the board? Thank you. Councilwoman Lanier.
Yeah, I just want to say a couple of things, or three things. The first one was Cindy March with these lies that she tells every other week in regards to myself. She needs to govern herself accordingly because that is slanderous and certainly a defamation of character. Second, Miss Margaret Shepherd, I did not say to anyone that Tanya Davis Johnson is the reason why I didn't have a job at the county. I never said that. Why would I say that? And, you know, I understand this report because people will come up here and they will lie. They have no supporting documentation for those lies. They will talk about you. And I understand that's what I was elected for. I was elected. I got the thick skin. I understand that people are frustrated. But when you want to come for me on my record at the city and what I've done with the city. Don't come personal because that has nothing to do with my work here at the city. You can never say that I had an altercation with the council member, that I was on TV for fighting another council member, that I did donuts in the parking lot of a small black business. That was not me. I've never been in the public eye in regards to anything derogatory at the city. So I would ask these ladies to govern themselves accordingly, because what they're saying is slanderous and it's defamatory, and I will follow up.
Thank you for your comments. Dr. Spiritus,
Chair.
you're recognized.
First, Shana Tova to all our Jewish residents. I'd like to remind the city council that we do have a synagogue on Broadway. And we certainly, I hope we all wish our Jewish residents a Happy New Year. I think it's important that we respect all religions in this city. We would not hold a meeting on Christmas. We would not hold a meeting on Easter. I think it's important when we set the calendars in the future that we take other religions into consideration, whether it be the Muslim religion, the Jewish religion, whatever, Oriental, but we should not plan our council meetings on high holy days of any religion. So please, let's try and respect all our residents in the future. And once again, I wish everybody a Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Miller Anderson?
Yes, the only thing I would like to say this evening is, Ms. Shepherd, I should not have gone there with you. However, I don't take it back, but it needs to be clear that because Ms. Shepherd took it upon herself to come up to the podium a few months back and be very disrespectful to one of our elected officials and one of our community members, the board took action to basically silence her in terms of being inappropriate at the podium against someone when she sits on our planning and zoning board. So I can certainly understand you being upset by the action that I put forth, but it was because of your actions as to why that was done. And so for me to entertain you tonight, I will address myself on that because I try to not go there with things when I'm here on the board. But I was a little out of character because I'm just not feeling well tonight. But I wouldn't normally entertain you, but that the reason I'm saying this is because I'm saying I was out of character. I was out of character, and I am saying that the reason why you came and said all of those inappropriate things tonight is because the board took action some time ago. And I am saying that I was out of character to even address you. So that's what I'm saying for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller Anderson. And I just wanted to welcome and address our commissioner from Lake Park, Mr. Michael Hensley. Thank you for joining us tonight, and thank you for being here tonight. Councilman McCoy?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir.
I don't believe that was what the board did, Councilwoman Miller Anderson. The board made a directive to advisory board members, and it wasn't directed at anyone. So I went back and I looked at it, and much as you may dislike a person's comments, Congress shall make no law establishing or abridging a person's right to freedom of speech. You guys are unfathomable. Fane Lozman took us to the United States Supreme Court and prevailed simply because he stood at a podium and was suggesting that a person was corrupt, and that prompted police to then arrest him. But what should have came out, and what you guys should remember the most, is that is one of the two lawsuits that has been taken to the Supreme Court and has made history, that you cannot infringe upon a person's right to freedom of speech. As much as I dislike it and it hurts and it makes me feel less than a man, or it makes me feel disrespected, I wouldn't give a darn what they say. That's their right. That's their prerogative. And we have ours. But here's where the problem becomes. And, Chair, you heard this Saturday. This is very interesting. And this was very moving for everybody that was in the room when we attended the NAACP luncheon with Bakari Sellers. There is definitely a double standard. People expect, between politicians and elected officials, people expect more from politicians and ministers. And I would even go further to say public servants, more than they expect from themselves. Think about that. We're expected to be infallible. We're expected to not make a mistake. Guess what? We wake up and put on our clothes just like everybody else. And do you know the amount of calls and expectations that folks have from us? Like, I don't believe anybody up here disagree on policy all the time. That's what makes us the city that we are. That's what makes everybody have a seat at the table. But I can believe that everybody has great intentions up here. Everybody wants the best for the city. I think the problem comes that we may disagree on how we get to the best place, but certainly I believe nobody's up here because we need a job. And if I can use Jonathan Evans saying that he says a lot, sometimes the juice isn't worth the squeeze. You know, and I really sit here and agonize over whether or not I'm going to sacrifice all my personal responsibilities, being a father for my kid when special meetings get called and I have daddy duties. And I'm just like, yo, just extend us a little bit of grace. And hey, have at it when you get to public comments. Sometimes I don't like it, hey, but it is what it is. So I just want to make sure that that's clear, that number one, it was not directed at one specific individual. It was directed at the entire, all of our volunteers that serve on advisory boards, because I did see and hear that that was disseminated to advisory board members and it wasn't specific to any one singular person. Ms. Nguyen, the suggestion was made that we don't have the ability to appoint, and I looked at that charter provision, and I am really glad that we don't have to respond to people who think they got a lawyer that knows something. But the manager serves at the pleasure of the city council. He can be removed at any time with cause or without cause. So sitting up here suggesting that we can't appoint an acting, this couldn't be any further from the truth. The manager does not have an ability, and I don't give a darn what charter they read. He doesn't have the ability to appoint an acting or interim or someone to stand in his place. If you would even simply think to believe that, that means that he has the ability to undermine the very authority that placed him there. So that's impossible. So the comment J.B. Dixon said, I mean, I just couldn't believe that people actually would sit here and opine on that. The manager can be removed for cause at any time. He can be removed without cause at any time. So that, to me, I just think needed to be straightened out. And Mayor, let me tell you something. I shared this with you, I think at some point over the last week and a half, but your comments the Friday when we had the special meeting, I was so touched by it because people tend to forget that we are from this neighborhood and who cares about being reelected? We care about doing the right thing, you know, and having a family that supports you. Ain't nothing nobody can do to me. And I found it even interesting. I even heard Ms. Jenkins get up here and talk about all of this stuff that was so wrong. And, you know, I even wrote it down. I'm not sympathetic the least bit, Ms. Jenkins, and any of you other individuals within the city that got something to say about how you are so disappointed and let down. These are the same people whose names were listed in the complaint when I never even gotten anything in writing. Nobody even presented anything in writing to make a complaint. But they would sit up here and talk about how due process was not given to them. Damn, if that ain't the pot calling the kettle black or the tail wagging the dog, where y'all living at? So if you think that you're gonna get some empathy from me, no, it's not gonna happen. And you know what you do? I welcome you. The election is on March 11th. I'll be on the ballot. You know what? You don't have to vote for me. That's it. I'm still gonna live. I'm still gonna be Trodrick McCoy. I'm gonna stand on principle. But you know what? I think I'm better for the agency in because when I'm out, I don't really have to think about the perception. I got to think about doing what's right. And I'm not going to think twice about standing up and bringing action against the city. And you know what was so interesting? I thought about this on my way here tonight. Many of those employees, if not 95% of them, I had already brought in complaints or either named them in lawsuits, Randy Sherman included, personally as defendants in lawsuits. Tawana Smith included as naming that they violated the law. So you think I'm concerned about whether or not they say or make a verbal complaint that they didn't commit to writing? Come on, man. I'm from Riviera Beach. You need more than that. I've been fighting people my whole life, man. I'm not worried about any of these people. I'm not fearing any man. So, I mean, I'm here because I love it. And any of this stuff, I can pick up my bag like the mayor said and walk out and sleep good at night because I know I voted my conscience and I did the right thing. And respect that we are all different. We are all metaphorically and from our DNA standpoint are built differently. And we don't have to always agree. You know, I've certainly strive to be respectful, but I would remind you that there is more expectations from ministers, public servants, and elected officials than people want to be held accountable for themselves. I wanted to, members, and I think the time is already gone too late, to talk about where we go with this information, because if the manager is implicated in some of this stuff, it may not be appropriate tonight, but certainly we need to have a discussion as to what we're going to do with resolving these concerns to correct this problem going forward. That's all I have, Chair.
I would like to see if we can actually address having this put on the agenda for the next meeting. Mayor, you're recognized.
Nothing, Chair. And, well, first of all, I want to thank the board for your decision. That'll be it.
Thank you. Residents, we talked about, we can agree, we can disagree. We just need to not be disagreeable. We need to move forward as a community, and we have to really understand, do we want community or do we want chaos? We have to really believe in what do we want. The speaker this weekend touched on a lot of people's heartstrings, Bakari Sellers, and he really put things into perspective. And as a community, at times it seems like we're more inclined with chaos than really trying to focus on community. So if we're going to come to resolutions and solutions together, we have to do it without being disagreeable. So residents, if we have no other questions from this board, this meeting is adjourned.
Mr. Chair.
Dr. Spirit, you're recognized.
I just want to mention that Pastor Carter celebrated his second anniversary at Pleasant Heights Missionary Church, and I was pleased to be there with you, Chair, to help him celebrate, and we wish him a lot of luck, and we hope that we'll be there for his 25th anniversary. Thank you.
Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.